Hello and welcome to the 888 Poker XL Inferno Series. This is event number 10. Really excited for this one. It's 150,000 guarantee. I'm David Tuchman, joined by my partner in crime, as always, the one and only Nick Wealthall. There he is. Nick, how are you today?
Good evening, David. I'm awesome, thank you. Had a lovely day. Just pottering about the garden here in London, doing some tasks. Yeah, very good. I'm excited for this tournament. It's a big Sunday night.
Yeah, it is a big Sunday night. You know what? The online poker on Sundays, they go together like ice cream and sprinkles. Right?
Nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly that.
I just came up with that right here, right now. I didn't even think about that.
Well, that's your gift as a broadcaster, just knowing that ice cream goes with sprinkles.
Yeah, like
Fun.
Sunday goes with online poker.
There's no manual that will tell you that for
Now,
very good reason.
You can't go to school for that.
You can't go to school for that. No.
Nick, let's set the stage here. So it's a $109 buy-in tournament. That's it. It's just a $109 buy-in, but we've doubled the guarantee. It's a $150,000 guarantee. We call it a tune-up. We've already surpassed that guarantee, and registration is still open.
Yeah, tune-up is doing it no favors. Like, this is a huge tournament. What's it a tune-up for? This is huge.
Right. Tune me up, please.
Yeah, exactly. In that way, 150,000 was guaranteed, or 156,000 at the moment. We're still taking. You still register for this tournament if you'd like to jump in. $27,000 top prize, but it's going to go up.
If you're watching this in an area where you can play on 888 poker and you're not registering for this, what are you doing? Get in on the action. Right now, 144 places are paid. Again, as I said, no registration is not closed, so that can change. We have 517 players remaining. So if you were to enter right now, more than half the field has already eliminated themselves. You've beaten half the field by just registering right now.
It's a psychological win, whatever happens to you.
Right? It's amazing.
Yeah. There you go.
This is fantastic stuff. So right now we are looking at table 28, apparently. And Sebastian Sikorsky, who is Phuket 000, is an absolute crusher. So we've got him on right now, but we're not going to stay at this table very long because there are some 888 ambassadors still in the field. I know Dominic.
Nice. I was just going to jump in, David, and say nice to see a really quality player playing 19, 20 big blinds. If you want to watch this stream for a little bit of educational purposes, you can watch him and see what you should be doing, because it's a tough stack to play sometimes.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, blinds are 2,000, 4,000 to your point. And Phuket 000, again, is Sebastian Sikorsky. He is on 73,000. You do the math, and it'll work out that my friend Nick Wealthall was correct. He is on a difficult stack size. I see you guys in the chat here on Facebook. Hi, Carlos. Hi, Damien. Georgie. Ron Torsi. Matas. Stopani Renato. Kathy Law. Jim Whelan, Andre, Dennis, Ronan's back. The Freeroll is coming up shortly. We will reveal the password for that shortly as well. Once again, thank you and welcome to the XL Inferno season. Yeah, it's a season. I like it. It's the XL Inferno Series. And, of course, this is event number 10, the $150,000 tune-up. We have surpassed that guarantee already. Registration is not closed yet.
Yeah, really big tournament, but without wanting to belabor the point, $109, I understand it's a big buy-in depending on your budget, but you're looking at a huge multiple if you go deep in this tournament. Like, fantastic value.
Yeah, right now, 4 players will earn 5 figures.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's fairly insane value. We'll go through the entire prize structure once registration is closed. Nick and I will be here for the next 4 or 5 hours, somewhere in that range. So we'll see how it goes on. Apparently, Vivi, our everybody's favorite Brazilian, Vivian Saliba, she busted from table 28, is already on another bullet. But
yay!
She's back in. She's back in there.
It was a roller coaster. Wow.
Yeah. Don't fret. She's still in.
Okay, phew.
I'm excited for this, man. Sunday online poker. It's like the old days for me. I mean, except that I'm not playing. I'm just going to watch and talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, Pooh kits a 0-0-0 with the in the limp pot out of the small blind.
That was just a ghost. The 888 poker of ghosts of past, apparently. Or was that you with were you throwing your voice, Nick? Because that's really a talent.
What I was doing was I was seamlessly riding over the technical problem and commentating on the poker, but
That's amazing.
we can just fixate on the problem if you like.
Well, I mean, I feel like it's a big elephant in the room. How do you mix the big pink elephant? Anyway, we'll be at this
Value
table
bet on the river.
Yeah, nice little
out of the
value.
small blind.
I love watching good players navigate the field with a small stack. So as we mentioned, we wanted to kind of take a look at Phuket 000 for a moment. We'll kind of come back over to him a little bit later, but right now we're going to check out Vivian Saliba and see what she is doing over at table 128. Let's check out that one. And there she is, Vivi 888. Looks like is she a mouse or a squirrel or a raccoon? What is that?
There's a possum.
Possum. Okay.
I've got no idea. Let's say
I like possum. By the way, did you know that possums really do play dead? It's not just a saying.
I've no, no idea.
I was in the
I don't even know what a freaking possum is.
Oh, we got an all-in and a call. This does not bode well for COVID Ace. I really like, oh my God, F. Monnier.
COVID Ace, either a very new avatar or somebody that's very into virology and got into COVID around COVID 3, somewhere around there.
COVID Ace. Actually, still is on Biddy in the big blind. He is going to call. Whoa, he called with threes. Not good. A set of fours here. Queen. Oh, wow, what a river. Runner straight. Now, it all went in pre, but that is a tough way to lose if you're COVID Ace. I mean, he flops a set on a 10-5-4 board. He has a set of fours. And somehow, against pocket threes and ace jack, and somehow figured out a way to lose that hand.
Yeah. It's grim the way they put it out.
My gosh. This is Vivi's third bullet, by the way. Please, if I was playing this tournament with this kind of money involved, I'd be in there for 7 bullets.
Or just like play really well on your first bullet and build a stack. No,
you
wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
You wouldn't do that.
We're talking about me here. Apparently,
big bet on the flop.
Vivian Saliba, by the way, is slated to play with us. Oh, there's an all-in. There's the call. Ace 10 versus Ace 10.
Good result. Chop up the small blind and the ante. Profit. Focus about ROI, David.
You're right.
She made money, all right?
Not only has she made money, but this might be the third best day of her life, as apparently she's going to join us on the stream as a guest later on. So don't go anywhere, guys.
That is excellent news.
Vivian Saliba will be joining us on the live stream in a little bit.
Why is it the third best day of her life? First day that she did live commentary with me in Sochi.
Probably.
Number 1.
Number 2, probably when
what's the missing link?
She came in 4th in the 888 Poker World Series event where she won $300,000.
That's the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
She can confirm it later when she comes on, but it's pretty obvious.
Vivian staying active here. See if she can build up a stack. So possums, apparently they are real, Nick.
I know they're real.
No, what I'm saying is they really do play dead. So
sorry.
My dogs were in the backyard and they were sniffing this animal, and I looked at it and I got him away, ran inside to tell my wife, there's a dead possum in the back. And she goes, oh, it's probably just playing dead. And I go, no, this was dead. I go, the dogs were moving it with the nose and they were like, sniffing it. It wasn't moving. It was dead, clearly dead. I went back outside. It was gone.
So either it was playing dead, or your dog took it and ate it.
No. I brought the dog
The
inside.
dog was not okay. That's not a
Yeah,
possibility.
like I was supervising the dog, so it's like I went inside with the dogs. I went back outside by myself in a flashlight.
Okay.
I looked down, and the possum wasn't there. So either the cleaner.
Maybe we could focus on this hand.
This is very important, man. Vivi folds. See, I knew it. I knew she wasn't going to get involved. So either the cleaner came in, like Harvey Keitel.
Yes.
He came in and removed the possum.
The possum equivalent of the cleaner, which I imagine is some sort of really teched up badger.
Almost definitely a teched up badger.
In his cleaner-mobile, yeah.
Right. Or the possum was playing dead. Either way, really cool. Anyway, so Vivi loses what? She lost like 14,000 there. Not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Flesh wound.
We all learn something.
Thank you for appreciating that.
Possums, we've learned possums play dead, but we don't know what happens next. That's a mystery.
By the way, you know the crazy thing about this tournament? I actually think now it's almost insanity not to register. There's still late registration. 1,130 players is what the prize pool is based on right now. Prize pool is now 160 just about. There's only 478 players remaining. 1 in 3 players right now are going to cash.
Yeah.
So you could register right now and have a fairly decent chance of cashing.
But to be clear, before you're put in prison for incitement to do things, you don't have a 1 in 3 chance because you're not going to buy an average stack.
No, but I'm assuming the people that are going to buy in are all better. The people that are listening to us are obviously brilliant. They're obviously better than the average poker player, so they will know how to maneuver and navigate through the field with a small stack.
I see.
Yeah, keep in mind, to your point, if you buy in right now, you get 50,000 chips. You're buying in a 10 big blind stack.
Yeah.
By the way, something David Tuchman definitely does not need: more coffee.
Oh, good. No, I need you to be at this level in 4 hours when it's like 3 a.m. my time.
I'm ready, man. I'm ready.
You got to pace yourself.
Thanks so much for joining us here. The XL Inferno event number 10.
You know, by the way, I've never been at that level in my life. Like my whole life, I've never hit that level.
Come on, when you were a little kid, like after sugar?
No, I was just like this.
That was you?
Honestly, I was totally calm. Yeah, my parents have told me I'm just like this. So I don't know what to tell you.
No, we're gonna watch.
You are the yang to my yin.
Hey, that's why we. I think that's why we work well together. Again, blinds are 2,500, 5,000. Ante is 625. We'll watch Vivi play her small blind and her button, and then I think we're gonna head over to Dominic Nitsche's table, get a look at him.
Do you think Vivi's motivation in this tournament is suffering because she knows that once she busts this, she can come talk to us? That's subconsciously, she's going to struggle to play her best, right?
It's probably why she's just in for so many bullets. She's like, whatever, I'll just get.
This seems more likely.
Yeah, let's see Vivi play one more hand. Yeah, I want to see if we can get see if we can see her play a hand. She's down to about 11 bigs. And then we'll head over to Dom's table. I was perusing through the chip leaders earlier on, and I saw Doked in there.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, Dara O'Carney.
Yeah, we were watching him. If you joined our stream on when was the first one? Thursday? Yeah, Thursday.
Oh, in fact, we've actually already moved to table 119. Okay, my apologies. We are already at Dom. Okay, let's move over to there. Hold on, guys.
Now, how come Dominic is his pitcher, but Vivian and Sophia were not their pitcher?
Well, I mean, we know it's not looks, right?
We can rule that out.
Yeah, I don't know.
We should ask the powers that be. Interesting. Perhaps we just haven't got round to drawing the pictures. I mean, it would take me a long time, so I can't judge.
Now, I got information that Dominic had 5 times as many chips. It would appear that he has the same amount of chips. He really has just 10 big blinds. I imagine maybe did he go broke and then rebuy again? Either way, we can see that Dominic Nitsche, top left corner of your screen, kind of left center, 888 Dominic with just 48,800 chips.
Big stack on this table, Zippy 83. 430K is good for 16th in the tournament right now. Just under 100 bigs. Well, a little bit under 100 bigs, but a lot of chips. That's what you want when you buy into a tournament like this, isn't it, Dave? You want to run up a stack and really feel like you've got a shot at the really big money.
And I'm talking about really big money right now. And again, registration is not closed. Right now, first place is slated to be just about $28,000. Just a reminder, I mean, the buy-in for this was 100. So
Yeah.
that's
sick.
Yeah, that's pretty insane value. Queen Jack versus tens. There's the Jack. And no help for the tens on the river. And it looks like Gusher Gill or Gusher Gill is has been felted. See if he decides to throw another $109 at the prize pool.
No, sir.
Well, not at this table. He might have been another. They move. They don't necessarily stay at the same table. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for the XL Inferno event number 10. It's $150,000 guarantee. 458 players remain. Again, late registration still open.
We should talk about the free roll, though, because they're not going to want to miss it.
Let's.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. We're giving away 2 seats, right?
2 seats to what?
2 seats to the main event
of
the XL series.
That can't be possible.
Worth $250 each.
What?
It's a 500K guaranteed tournament. Free shot.
I mean, certainly I've got to do something for it, though, right? I mean, certainly, I mean, there has to be some sort of hoop I have to jump through, right?
Yeah, you have to click the restricted tab and find the XL Inferno live stream daily free roll, pithy name. You got to click on it. You got to register. Boom, you're in. That's what you got to do.
That's it.
That's it.
What's the password?
$250 ticket. Are we saying the password?
Let's say it. Let's do it.
XL123.
Easy as
123. It's that easy.
Easy as 123. XL123. The password. Get in on that action. So we are giving away 2, not 1, 2 main event tickets, each worth $250, and then more. We're giving away cash.
Oh yeah, and there's $250 cash underneath that. So that's places 1 and 2, and then $250 cash as well. Free shot. How can you not play that?
That is crazy.
We're the worst salesman in the whole world. Selling free.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me sell anything that was hard to sell. This is not a hard sell. What's up, Lana? Lana Belikava in there. Cheers to you as well. Daoud, Mabubul, Dennis, Florin, Sky Guy. Thanks so much for joining us. Tony, George, Jordy Harris. Thanks for joining us, guys. The free roll, by the way, begins in 41 minutes. So make sure you get in on that action. Are you going to play this free roll again?
Yeah. I'm going to play the free roll. I'm excited.
I love it. I love it.
I'm looking to cash today.
Can I have 10% of your action?
Yes. And if I get the main event ticket, I'll roll you over for 10% in the main event.
Wow, this is amazing. You're going to, by the way, you're going to hate yourself when you win like $83,000 and you've got to send me a check for $8,000.
That would make me really happy.
Would it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That would be so funny.
I know. I'd be like, this is awesome. I got an $8,000. I got $8,000 for just some random thing that we never thought would happen. Dominic, to act right now, you can see him in the top left corner of your table, of your screen. 888 Dominic. We know Viv Saliba is in action as well.
Saliba.
She is genuinely one of my favorite people.
Oh, that's nice.
I mean, no, seriously. I mean, she's obviously an absolutely gorgeous woman, but I have had the pleasure of hanging out with her and eating dinner with her and drinking with her. And in Madrid, she actually hung out with my wife and Ebony Kinney, who was there as an 888 guest.
The Ebony Kinney.
The Ebony Kinney, exactly. Ebony, by the way, is slated to join Kara Scott on her podcast somewhat soon, I believe. I know they were supposed to do something and it got postponed. But anyway, I was going to say, though, everybody I speak to, I've never heard anybody say a bad word about Viv.
No, she's awesome. She's awesome. And, please come on our show, Vivian. We're lonely, bored. Come on our show.
Please.
Have you, when's your guest slot on the Kara Scott podcast? Which one are you on?
They've been, her publicists have been talking to my publicist, and they've been trying to work out a time, but we're both so busy. It's really hard to nail down a time for both of us.
Okay, right.
Especially during this crazy thing.
I haven't been asked. And
that's weird.
She was the vicar at my wedding, dude. She was the
Maybe she thinks she knows everything about you already.
I mean, I don't know what it is, but I feel I've got a bad feeling, you know. Where's my slot? I mean, it makes more sense, right? What's the angle? I can't really think of an angle. But with me, I just can't think, what's the tagline? David Tuchman does more talking.
Yeah, it's a good point. No, I mean,
it's just like,
you're
it's not like
right.
you're holding back on these streams, is it? It's not like there's lots of secrets that you're going to...
Hey, I am an introvert, okay? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, others would view that differently, I think.
Dom is down to 9 big blinds. He is going to fold. If you ever wanted to learn how to play a 9 big blind stack, watch the brilliance that is Dominic Nitsche. He won't make a mistake here at all. Like, everything he will do will be absolutely perfect from a mathematical point of view. He has done the work. He has studied. And the one thing about Dom that I know is whether he is playing a $1 million buy-in tournament, and you can check out an awesome documentary over at the YouTube channel, the 888 YouTube channel, probably available on Facebook as well at the 888 channel, where they kind of followed Dom before, during, and after that $1 million buy-in high roller. Really well done documentary. It was captivating.
Yeah.
But anyway,
great.
as I was saying, Dominic, he plays $1 million tournament the same as he'll play a $109 tournament.
I would play them differently.
Yeah, like one I wouldn't play.
The 109 tournament, I would play like normal, decent poker. The $1 million tournament, I'd play in a pool of my own urine, which would be involuntarily released on the first orbit. And then somewhere around the 4th level, I'd get hypoxia and my vision would close down and I'd be in a coma state for the rest of the tournament. So two very different approaches there from me.
I can see that for sure. Nick Wealthall, folks. He's here every Saturday and Sunday, apparently.
And Sunday, apparently, for a run of 2 Sundays.
Action on Dom here. Pot is 28,000. Dom with just 33.8 behind. Zippy says, sure, let's play. Are you ready? No, Dominic's going to fold. Dom, by the way, now down to 6 big blinds. I want to say hi to some people in the chat over at YouTube. Ryan, what's up? Ryan Gledo, Saharian, Quinta, Sada Human, or Human, Eugen Bira Carino. Let's see, Bobo 13, Gerardo Sanchez, Babe Music, Tower Safadi, Blinker 182, Robert Bluen. Thanks so much for joining us. We'll be here for the next 4 or 5 hours, give or take, as we watch these players battle. 423 players remain. I believe registration is finally closed.
Yes.
So it looks like our total is 1,137 players, prize pool over $160,000.
$28,000 for first place. Not bad. Not a bad night.
No, that is a heck of an afternoon. Once again, the free roll starting in 35 minutes. You guys can get in on the action with the very simple password of XL123. You want to know what's up for grabs? Yeah, pure craziness. I think the fine folks over at 888 Poker have finally lost their minds. They are giving away not 1, but 2 main event seats, each one worth $250, plus another $250. So they're just, hey, let's just give away $750. Why not?
It's
For free.
pretty sweet.
Yeah. And by the way, we have free rolls every single day we do a live stream. There's a free roll. We'll see. We're going to follow Dominic for a couple of more hands, see if he makes a move. He's got to make a move at some point. He's down to 29,000.
Oh, look at this hand.
Yeah, this is an exciting one. Eights, ace king, ace four. There's the 8. 8's full.
It's a nice hand.
Going to take down a monster pot, and the ace four is going to take, no, it takes down the entire thing. So easy peasy has just done the double elimination there. I wasn't sure if easy peasy had them both covered. They do. And flop a set of 8s, river a full house, and easy peasy eliminating 2 players, and suddenly very healthy at 427,000 chips. Dom on life support right now. We're going to stick with Dom and see what happens, whether he doubles up or gets eliminated. And then once we see him do something, we'll head over to Ana Marquez. Another lovely human being. I honestly, if there was an 888 ambassador that was a jerk, I would say it. But I think they're all really just good people. Well, there's that one. There's that one. I won't say who it is.
I'm just thinking about how there are no criteria I meet for being an 888 ambassador.
No.
Like I keep hanging around and sending them emails and stuff, but like when you go through everything, I'm just not hitting anything.
You're not nice enough.
No, I know that's obvious. So we're moving?
Not yet. Not yet.
Oh.
Oh no, we are moving. Yes, I apologize. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
The table broke.
Yeah.
I looked down. I was looking at a chat. You're on it, man. You're there. So we are going to switch over to table 91, which will be Ana Marquez's table. Let's take a look at what Ana is doing. Ana's on 130,000. She's in the small blind, and she is a tiger.
Nice.
Is she a tiger for you?
Yeah. I see her as a tiger. So to explain, when we did the first stream on Thursday, we were getting different avatars for the same player. It was very exciting. Right. It doesn't sound exciting retelling it, but it was quite the adventure, wasn't it, David?
I thought it was exciting. I thought about it all night. I revisited it. I talked about it with my friends and family the next day. Thought it was quite exciting. Ryan Galeto said, "Who is the richest ambassador?" I don't know, but Martin Jacobson did win the main event. So, but I don't know the finances of any of these players, though.
No, nobody ever knows with poker. That's the problem. Like nobody ever knows who's got money and who hasn't got money. It's part of the magic, I think.
Yeah.
Did you see this discussion on Twitter about most talented poker players?
I did. I saw. So Remco from Poker Central.
What's your hot take? Oh yeah, go on, set it up.
So Remco from Poker Central put a tweet out there. If you guys can follow Remco, he does a great job. And he said, during this time, we've got a little bit of, we've got a little bit more time than we all usually think. I'm going to throw out my top 10 players of all time. Talented players of all time.
Not his best players. This is why there was then a discussion. So this is,
of course,
talent, he said.
Right. The most talented 10 players of all time. By the way, Dominic just busted. Not a surprise, obviously, as he had under 6 big blinds. We knew it was going to come at some point. Ana Marquez, by the way, on the button. Let's see if she plays this, and we'll continue our story in a moment. Nope, she's going to let that one go. Action in the blinds. So he put this out there, top 10 players, and some of the usual suspects were there. But obviously, when you start thinking of the top 10 most talented poker players of all time, getting from 40 to 10 is really, really difficult for anybody. My take on this was very simple, because I know Doyle Brunson piped in, and my take on this was
that's what made it a thing. because
Yes.
Doyle got involved.
Right. If it was just Remco, it's like, okay, that was cute. Nice job, Remco. But yeah, Doyle came in and said, yeah, sorry, nice try. Doyle, by the way, for the record, was number 10 on that list of 10.
Yeah, well, I mean, immediately with Doyle, the take is that Chip Reese wasn't on the list.
Chip Reese was on the list.
No, he wasn't in his top 10. I'm sure he wasn't.
Hold on. You know what? Let me get the list up so we can
get the list.
We can be a little bit more knowledgeable.
By the way,
this.
while you're listening, if you're in chat, let us know who you think the most talented poker player is. This is not necessarily the best poker player or the most successful poker player. And I've got something to say about talent in poker actually in a minute. But who do you think the most talented poker player you've seen is?
So I am going to look up this Remco thing. Yeah, okay. Here we go.
To me, there's a clear number one, but I mean, I'll let you go first.
So first, let me read the tweet from Remco.
Yeah.
My highly scientific top 10 most talented poker players of all time. Discuss. Number 1, Phil Ivey. Number 2, Stu Unger. Number 3, Victor Blom. That's the first. By the way, number 1 and number 2, I had very little issue with debating. I feel like both those players, whether they're 1 or 3 or 2 and 4, I don't know. But I think Phil Ivey and Stu Unger certainly belong in the top 10 because they were so far ahead of their time and talented in ways that you couldn't study. The game was innate to both of them in many ways. Victor Blom, 3. Jungle Man, 4. Phil Galfond tied for 4th. Okay. Benjamin Solsky, Sauce 1, 2, 3 was 5. Tom Dwan, number 6. Chip Reese is 7. So Chip Reese is on that list.
Okay, excuse me.
Real Kid Poker, Daniel Negreanu, 8. Fedor, Crown Up Guy, number 9. And Doyle Brunson was 10 on this list of 10. Technically, there's 11 since he tied Jungle Man and Phil Galfond. My response, and I'll just leave this out there, was, and I thought Doyle actually said it much better, but my response was very simple. I said, anybody who just plays Hold'em, I don't think belongs on this list, number 1. Number 2, where is John Hennigan? Where is Johnny World? Johnny World has been crushing the cash games for the last 20 years. And he's widely regarded as the best stud player in the world right now.
If other games apart from Hold'em are your criteria, then Stu Unger shouldn't be in your top 10.
No, but Stu Unger was
he got completely murdered by all accounts in the mixed cash games.
Yeah, no, and I have no doubt about that.
I wasn't there, but this is the general.
Right. No, I'm with you on that. Stu Unger's like the one player to me who's the exception. He won the main event 3 times.
Is that good?
He won he won it in a fashion, and he played in a style that was so far ahead of his time. It was
he won the main event 3 times, and then another time he was chip leader the day before the final day and went to hospital and had so many chips he still finished 9th.
Right, and he probably would have won that too, but he was, obviously he had many issues with drugs and other things, demons that haunted him throughout his life. Got a little bit of a pot brewing here, almost 100,000 in there. 6 of hearts on the turn. Crap Machine, who I think we saw last week.
Yeah, we did. He was deep last time.
And Noet Kaka, I should say. Both players fairly deep. Blinds now 3,000, 6,000, by the way. Daria, another fantastic 888 ambassador from Russia. She has busted. Yeah, so let us know. Tweet us at Nick Wealthall, at Tuch on Sports. Let us know in the chat. What's your top 10?
Oh, I don't have a top 10. I mean, I think from everything I've seen, Ivey's number 1, and then there's a big gap because Ivey has won all games, won tournaments in cash, and as far as and did not come up when the software was available either. So he fits Doyle's criteria of, Doyle's point was, well, the old guys were just as talented. They just didn't have access to the same stuff that the newer guys did, which is a fair point. So I think Ivey for me is number 1, and then there's a gap to everybody else. Oh wow, look at this check raise shove on the river.
Yeah, that's strong. That is some sort of seems like some sort of 9x or king x of hearts is what it looks like right now for me. If I'm crap machine, that's the kind of hand I'm really worried
And
about.
it's a hell of a bluff if it's a bluff.
Well, like I said, I mean, if somehow you
Because it
had
looks so strong. It's nutty, right? It's like really nutty that check
there's the
raising.
call, and there it is, King X of Hearts.
Yeah, good call.
You know what? Oh, I got that right, baby. Yeah, King X of Hearts. Who called that?
We can edit that out, right? In the when we put the replay out, we can edit that out.
Come on.
Because I'm not really
I still
interested
got it. I still got it.
in being associated with that, whatever that was.
That's right. Yeah, those check raises on the rivers are just, they're so nutty. It's such a polarized play where it certainly looks like, okay, you backed into a flush, and what's the most likely flush you would have backed into? And you start thinking, well, King X of Hearts, maybe Ace 9 of Hearts, certainly a possibility. Oh,
but then do you fold?
I think you've got to, obviously depending on how strong a hand you have, depending on what blockers you have.
He had top pair, so like he kind of has. If what you said was right, and the guy's check raising with the nuts, he has a bluff catcher basically.
Absolutely.
If he's not check raising 2 pair there, which I don't know if he is or not, but if he's not, and he probably isn't most of the time, then I think you sort of have to call with you sort of have to cry and call, because he's getting, it's a huge pot. He's getting 3-1, 4-1.
The problem is I don't necessarily think in a $109 tournament you need to be all that balanced there. I mean, I think when you have King Jack,
I'm not talking. No, I'm not talking about balance. No.
Yeah, I think when you have King Jack of Spades there, I think it's a fold. You don't block. You have no heart in your hand whatsoever.
Yeah.
I mean, like the hand I might call with if I had King Jack with the King of Hearts, Ace King with the Ace of Hearts, that kind of hand I might cry and call with, and just because I've got a blocker at least.
I think it's one of those situations where he made a thin value bet, and part of his thinking would have been, well, my bet looks weak.
Yeah,
right?
you could. Yeah,
and he obviously Kaka had him covered, so I don't know. It's quite an interesting hand.
I think you end up leveling yourself sometimes when you put a small value bet out there or a blocker bet, and you start you kind of second guess yourself. You go, well, is the guy check raising me with the nuts, or is he check raising me because I look like I was weak? And you get yourself into situations like that. I mean, listen, it wouldn't have shocked me if Noet Kaka turned over a bluff. It also obviously didn't shock me when he turned over King X of Hearts. We're going to stay at this table for just a moment longer, see if we can get a hand with Anna Marquez. But we do have the overall chip leader, Tri Bluff, at a table. We want to check out his table. I do like this kind of jumping around thing.
A few shout outs in chat on the who's the most talented poker player. Dennis says Negreanu. Florin says Negreanu. Lots of Negreanus. Bob Roden says Negreanu. Many Negreanu shouts. Ronan Donaghy says Tom Dwan. That's a good nomination for just raw talent, I think. Although mainly played Hold'em. So if you want to apply your criteria, maybe not so much.
Well, I think if you just play Hold'em, you have to have shown some sort of ability that was way ahead of your time, something that was revolutionary, something that nobody had ever done before, which is why I put Stu Unger in that category. I don't think there are any other just Hold'em players that I would necessarily put on that list besides Stu Unger. Ace 6 versus 5s. We got an all in here. Clubs irrelevant. And the 6 on the river going to save.
So I have a big point about poker talent. You ready?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Ready.
It's not that important because yeah. I mean, if you've got exceptional talent, obviously that's helpful if you've got fantastic talent for poker. However, what's important in poker is your output. And, the catalogue of broke poker players is littered with people who have poker talent. And it can be as much a curse as a blessing because it stops you from filling holes in your game. And you can see a lot of talented people get by on their talent and move up the stakes and then the really top flight players expose the holes in their game and they go broke.
Yeah, it's honestly, it's the only reason why, it's what's holding me back, because the talent is
Too
obviously
much
there.
talent.
Too
Yeah,
much
too much
talent.
talent. Yeah.
No, but I think what you say there rings so true, and you can look at it, you can apply it to athletics as well. You know, for a lot of people
Of
out there,
course.
I've been watching this amazing documentary called The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan documentary. Have you heard of it?
You're so funny. Did
But
you watch it in between the two streams?
no,
Or not? No.
I didn't. But the Michael Jordan, you look at a gentleman who was so supremely talented, and then you combine that with a work ethic, that the fire that burns inside, and then you get, arguably, or maybe not even arguably, the greatest basketball player to have ever lived and ever played the game. There are a lot of really talented athletes out there that did not have the work ethic and were able to keep going.
That's right. And then my other point would be, it's very hard to tease out talent from work, because like Ivy is the answer to my eyes. But then thinking about it, Ivy also worked incredibly hard. Anna is going to reshove here. This is a good spot for it. She's up against a big stack. He's opening really wide from the cutoff. She can do this with a lot of kind of semi-bluff type hands.
Absolutely.
She's just going to get a fold a lot.
Now, this is a raise from the cutoff. She's moved all in for what is 20 big blinds. Really tough for Nuet Kotka to make the call. And Anna Marquez picks up some much-needed chips.
So Ivy is famous for playing relentlessly and having a ridiculous work ethic, So maybe when we see talent, actually we're just seeing thousands of reps. It's hard to tease out the two in poker, because it's not like a sport that you understand really well and you can see, like, how someone was when they were a kid and all of this kind of thing, and you can perhaps look at natural talent a bit more easily. Poker's actually quite hard.
Yeah. I mean, listen, I actually think, I know people are going to laugh at this. A lot of kings out there, ace jack versus ace 10. And let's chop it up. Let's just chop it up. Friendly. Nobody needs to get eliminated on this one. Let's just chop it up and keep going. People are going to laugh at this. And I don't know if he's top 10, but I certainly think that he's in the conversation as one of the most talented players out there. And the reason being is because from a mathematical perspective, he's so awful. And that's Phil Hellmuth. When you look at his results.
Yeah.
I know you sigh. That's the thing. Everybody sighs. Like, come on, Tuch, when it's Phil Hellmuth.
That's not what I was saying. I was thinking. That was my thinking sigh.
Sorry.
Honestly, I was thinking. I don't know how I feel about it.
So bad mathematically. Like, some of the stuff he does, poker is generally not a black and white game. It's shades of gray, and there's, this could be right in certain situations. But there are things that Phil does from a mathematical perspective that are just absolutely stone cold wrong. And there's nothing, you can be proven. We can show you, be like, no, see math, this is bad. This is bad. Yet he still has the results, which kind of makes me think maybe this guy is more talented. Ace jack versus ace king. Ace jack is all in at risk. Not going to get any help. The ace king holds. We are down to 335 players. By the way, 144 cash. We're like halfway to cashing.
So there's no doubt that Hellmuth has a talent for poker in the way that he's just. But at the same time, he also worked very hard and was one of the original kind of. He went to MIT, I think, right? Or maybe not MIT. I can't remember. But he was a whiz kid out of college, effectively, who went into poker, and was the youngest guy in almost every game he played in. Became the youngest world champion. So his maths, as you describe it, and by that you mean tournament maths, like his kind of, he does some very non-correct things, especially with shorter stacks. So he hasn't kind of continued to adapt, but I think he probably did quite a lot of work early on. Actually, I read his autobiography a few months ago, just out of interest, because I'd never read it. And it was so frustrating because he never actually says. So there's no doubt that in the first few years of his poker career, he had a big edge. He used to, crush, especially tournaments. But he never really explains how. So he never really says.
I don't think he knows how. I mean, remember
maybe
he was
on
ESPN, and they said, "How do you do it?" And he goes, White magic.
Yeah, but that's for the cameras though, isn't it? Like
No, it's not. I know
it
him.
is.
I've
Of
had
course
dinner
it
with him.
is.
I've had drinks. It's not. That's how he talks. I've had
I don't.
Chinese food with him, and he
No,
talks about white magic.
I understand that's how he talks, but he didn't come out of college and become the youngest world champion going, "Watch this, white magic." Like
Yeah,
that was
well,
all this personality he's created later.
yeah, he might have coined white magic later on in his career, but I mean, I'll tell you right now, it was Dave. Can you pass me the Chinese mustard? And somehow I didn't even touch it, and it popped up in front of him. And I said, "Well, how did you do that?" And he said, "White magic."
Yeah, that's funny.
All in here for bang bang. Nobody gonna make the call. Bang
So
bang.
what's really clear with Phil is that he has thought deeply, like over a number of years, as to how to beat mass participation live tournaments. And he has a number of things he does in live tournaments with deep stacks against weaker players that are
Yeah.
super effective, like unbelievably effective. So he's not someone to me who's just sitting down and going, I'm just going to play on my gut today, like, which I think is what the impression he likes to give out. But it's very interesting conversation because I don't know how you assess someone like that. Well,
Now,
specifically him, I don't know how you assess him.
one thing I will say about Phil Hellmuth was I remember in like 2006 or 7, they said he'll never win another 10K. He'll never win another big no limit hold'em tournament. Of course, he went on to do that. Was runner up at the World Series of Poker, Player of the Year, back-to-back years, 2011, 2012. Started winning Raz events. People started criticizing him way back when because he could only win hold'em events. Well, that wasn't the case. Ace Jack versus Kings here. Diamonds are live. There's the diamond. And Ace Jack of Diamonds is going to win this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're on thin ice there, though, because those two Raz events were super freaky. I mean, like really freaky. Like,
but he also came in. He also came in second place in the Players Championship to Brian Rast back in 2011.
Okay, fine, but like you're now being non-objective because he enters so many World Series events.
No, I know.
Like mixed game events, and has a pretty bad record. I know he got 2 bracelets later on, like
Right.
okay, but I don't look. There isn't a stud player in the world that wouldn't happily have him in their game.
Oh my God, everybody would take it, please. And any high limit top professional no limit hold'em player would take them in their game in a second. I didn't bring this up to kind of make this a Phil Hellmuth chat. I didn't want to.
No.
But
why not? Why not? He's one of the most interesting people in poker. Why?
He certainly is. But let's get back to the Remco tweet because I think it's interesting. We got a raise here from Noet Kaka. Bang bang 3 bets takes that one down. Doyle Brunson tweeted this in response, and I thought it was really interesting. So Daniel Negreanu said, interesting thread, my take. It's difficult to know with the newer generation how much is talent versus hard work. Very true. No one knows for sure how much studying each of these players do, while with the older players, you can assume it was little to none. Doyle Brunson follows up that and says, yesterday's players couldn't compete with today's, which is big of Doyle to say and admit. He says, yesterday's players couldn't compete with today's because of the knowledge difference. But if you made up a game on the fly that nobody had played before, you would probably find that there wasn't much difference in talent. And I agree with that wholeheartedly. What is at the player's disposal today in terms of solvers and the computers and everything else, the amount of hands you can play. Think about it. When Doyle Brunson started playing, he couldn't get 1 million hands in. In fact, when I grew up, if you saw a 21 or a 22-year-old walk into the card room, everybody salivated because they knew the kid had no experience. Nowadays, you see a 22-year-old, who knows, they might have played 500,000 hands already.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I'm not sure I agree with Doyle's assertion that the young kids who have thought deeply about game theory, and I just look, it depends who we're comparing. Doyle is an incredibly bright person. Like, he is super intelligent, super sharp, could have succeeded at almost anything intellectually put his mind to, in my opinion. Having talked to him a few times, and I just feel like he's a really sharp guy. He is not typical of the kind of people that were being attracted to poker in the 1960s, the 1970s, and 1980s. Like, poker was not attracting super sharp kids who could get into any, grad school in the country. I think some of the minds that are in poker now are just superior to the average professional player in the 70s. And
Yeah,
I think if
I
you
agree.
invented a new game, I think that I would back the WizKids now to still have an edge personally, but probably
Probably.
not over Doyle, not over Chip, and like possibly a couple of others. That's just my opinion.
No, and I think you're probably right. Simply because also, back in the day, 50 years ago, think about the people that were playing poker.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, and by the way, we can't take away, even if you were to invent a new game, all of these newer, younger, brilliant minds that have entered the game in the last 10, 15 years have all studied game theory, which is going to help them in any new game.
I just made that point. Can
I
you
know.
freaking listen?
I was echoing your comment there.
Yeah,
By the
no,
way,
I think that does give them an advantage. Like, I think they would solve a new game quicker. Personally, I think that.
probably true. Ryan Galetto is asking about Jason Mercier.
I mean, he seems he's another one. He's like an elite player, like, in the conversation for top 10 all time, just like as a player.
Absolutely.
He plays all games well. I have no idea how much of that is talent and how much of that is work. I have no idea. Do
yeah,
you?
I mean, it's no, and then I don't think when it comes
It must
down
be
to it,
both,
right?
obviously.
When it comes down to it, there's enough variance in poker that I don't know if we can judge talent like we can in sports.
That's what I was trying to say. You've just said it better. That's what the first, like, what I was talking about this question. That's right. It's very hard to see.
I mean, when somebody asks me, they say, "Hey, who's the best player in Bobby's room?" And I'm like, "I don't know. I don't play club one time. No, sorry, I got excited. I saw clubs. There's
You're just rooting for chaos all the time. Like he didn't need a club. He had an ace.
Well, the ace works too. I was asking
Yeah.
Hey, the ace of clubs. How's that? I got them both.
True.
We're gonna stay with this table until the next break. We'll see if Anna Marquez does anything.
On this table.
Yeah, unfortunately.
As well as Anna Marquez.
Yeah. When we started this, Anna Marquez had 25 big blinds. She hasn't played a hand really, and she's down to 106 right now. Yeah. Anyway, I get asked the question, who's the best player in Bobby's room? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't play in Bobby's room. I have heard through the grapevine some of the better players in Bobby's room. And I think when you start thinking of the top 50, top 100 most talented players of all time, I certainly think Jason Mercier has to be on that list. I mean, the guy plays all the games. Mm-hmm. He's dominated. He plays cash. He plays tournaments, obviously. Now with his family, it's a little bit different. His priorities are different, but an immensely talented poker player. There's so many.
Yeah, I commentated on his first EPT win, and it's quite a long time ago now, but he was just a fantastic player. Like relatively early in his career. There are some people as well, by the way, who seem like they're super talented. There's so much variance in poker. This doesn't happen often, but it has happened a few times in the time I've been around the game, where they kind of make it to the high stakes and they even stay there for a while and they get a good reputation, and actually they're just not good. There have been a few instances of that, or just not good relative to the top level players. I mean, obviously you have to be at some level to get there, but there's a lot of variance.
It's kind of like the whole argument in American sports with like MVP.
Oh, Anna's all in.
Yep, let's see it. She's all in for what is about 16 big blinds.
Yeah, again, she's like, as you expect from a strong player, she's very good at picking spots to shove. She could have a real hand here, of course, but my point is, it's somebody who's opening in latish position. This is instructive if you're watching the stream for a bit of poker info. She's found someone who's got a big stack, so they're going to be opening quite wide. She's got a big enough stack so that she's asking a serious question. So some of the marginal stuff he's opening there, he has to fold. Like if he's opening Queen 9 suited, he's not going to want to call off that size shove, for example. So quite instructive to watch Anna play a short stack.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No doubt about that. Once again, you are watching the XL Inferno. This is event number 10, $150,000 guarantee. We beat that once again. Prize pool of $161,500. 1,137 players. We are down to 295, 144 will cash. First place, $28,230. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman calling the action for the next 4, 3, something like that, 3, 4 hours. We don't know exactly how long we'll be here, but we'll be here for a while. Registration for the free roll is in just 5 minutes. I mean, registration open now, but the free roll starts in 5 minutes. Get in there. The password for that is XL123. Once again, XL123 as we watch this one unfold. Anyway, going back to this tweet, and I do think it's an interesting conversation. Remco Rinkema, who does a great job for Poker Central. You can check out him on Twitter at Remco Rinkema. My highly scientific top 10 most talented poker players of all time discuss of his list. I do agree with many of them. I mean, Phil Ivey, Stu Unger, Galfond, Solsky, Sauce123, Chip Reese, Daniel Negreanu, Doyle Brunson would all be on mine as well. I'd probably have a few others mixed in there.
Oh, we're on break, David.
I'm not on break. I don't go on break, man.
Well, the action is. What do you want? Filler?
Okay, fine. We'll go on break. Okay, fair enough. As the players go on a quick 6-minute break, you can see there's only 4 minutes and 30 seconds left in the break. We will take that break as well. 289 players remain in the field. Half of them will cash. Make sure you come back and join us here at 888 Poker XL Inferno.
Welcome back. We are watching the XL Inferno, and let's dip into table 91, which we were watching before the break. Ana Marquez is going to shove, picking on Bang Bang 1999 again. Let's see, so we're playing 4,000, 8,000, by the way. And this is going to be a quick, someone do maths, someone that isn't me. It's going to be a 17 big blind shove. And so that's her third reshove that she's got through. And I talk about this all the time, but this is one of the differences between consistent winning players and players that perhaps struggle a little bit is Anna's prepared to gamble her stack when she thinks the situation is right, rather than get super short. And reshoving like that is just a fantastic way to pick up chips. Every time she gets one of those through, she picks up, let's have a look, 2.5 big blinds plus the opening raise. So maybe 5 big blinds. It's vital. David Tuchman is here to join my show. David, welcome. A different
Hello,
cap.
how are you?
Are you going to have a different cap every level?
No, same cap, just it's on backwards.
It's just a different look.
Just a different look.
Yeah.
So apparently we are now at table 91.
We're the same table. I mean, you can look like that, as confused as you like. It's Ana Marquez. You remember her? David will be with us shortly.
I'm a little bit confused. I am confused. I do apologize.
Well, just enjoy my poker commentary.
That's what I'm going to do.
When you're back up to speed, you can join in.
Yeah.
Nice.
I had an internal clock. I thought it was 4.5 minutes, and it seemed like it was quicker. So we are at table 91. That's what I thought. Okay. We are not at Anna's table anymore.
No, I'm confused. I'm looking at table 91. It's got Ana Marquez on it.
Right. I know. That's what I was doing as well. And apparently that was not the what we were doing. So okay. All good. So we will sort this out for ourselves. Our apologies. Thanks for joining us here at the XL Inferno Series. There we have it. So
this is hilarious. Ana Marquez is 100% on table 91.
Okay, so we are back up.
Yeah.
I'm very confused. Okay, so we are at her table. Nick, you just talk.
Me?
I'll just figure this out for a second.
Okay, cool.
I'll get my own self together here. Okay, so we are at Ana Marquez.
Oh, while you're getting yourself together, you can still jump into the free roll, guys.
Yes. Are you in?
Yeah, I'm playing the free roll. Oh, and Vivian Saliba's here.
What?
Hi, Vivian Saliba.
Oh, my day is just infinitely better.
Mine too. How are you?
We are fantastic. And how are you? Are you out, unfortunately, or no?
Well, I tried my best. Trust me, I played it 3 times. Re-entry until they didn't let me re-entry anymore.
Right, that happens there. So Vivian Saliba,
sounds like for your own good. No more.
So Vivian Saliba joins us here for the XL Inferno Series. Once again, thanks for joining us. Event number 10, the $150,000 tune-up. Prize pool, $161,500. And we have 272 remaining, including Ana Marquez. Unfortunately, Viv Saliba no longer there, but her loss is our gain, and she is joining us. Viv, how was your, besides you being out, did you have fun?
Yes, of course. I'm still playing the little version, the mini tune-up.
Oh, there you go.
1650. Yeah, so.
How's that going?
Still hope for my Sunday.
How is that going? Do you have chips?
No, but I'm still in. I'm all in now. So, and I won it.
Yeah. See, now you're on the stream, you'll be fine.
Yeah, so you guys gonna give me luck.
100%.
By the way,
if I find this one, maybe we can swipe the stream for the little one.
I'd love it. Nick, by the way, is playing the free roll. Are you playing the free roll as well?
No,
well, get in on the free roll.
Register?
that you can still register, and the password for the free roll for you and for anybody at home who wants to get in there, the free roll password is XL123. Once again, it's XL123. Get in on the action. We're giving away 2 main event seats valued at $250 each, plus on top of that, $250 in cash. So get in there.
I'm gonna do it just now. Let me find out where it is.
It's under the restricted tab, Vivi. Restricted.
Restricted. Perfect.
Restricted. This is true for everyone, by the way. Restricted. XL Inferno live stream daily free roll. Short name, to the point. XL Inferno live stream daily free roll.
Restricted.
It's got like 1,000 players in it.
Is it running already?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see.
Look at Viv. Look at the screen like she was like some 73-year-old woman.
Now, let me tell you my secret. I was wearing glasses, but as I joined this stream, I decided to take it off because I look better, but I can't see much.
I disagree. By the way, I disagree. I think you look fantastic with glasses.
Seeing things is more important. Definitely.
Where is it? Wait, let me put my glasses just for a second.
I think you look great with glasses. Keep the glasses on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you look better with glasses. Nick looks better with a mask.
That was uncalled for.
Sorry. I just thought it was obvious.
It's pretty nasty, to be honest.
It's me. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman, Vivian Saliba.
You got a lot of confidence sitting there wearing your backwards baseball cap like you're 19. It's still unbelievable.
You know what it is? Every day you must think it's unbelievable. Yet
it's unbelievable.
It's real. It actually.
My life has not evolved past this. I don't even know what I can do to make it happen.
Do you ever think to yourself, Nick, what have I done in a past life to deserve this?
No, this life. I think, what have I done in this life? Like, how does this keep happening?
I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing something wrong because I can't find it.
Nick, help her out. How do for anybody at home? How do you find the free roll?
You're going to want to go tournaments in your 888 client. You're going to want to go tournaments.
Restricted.
Restricted. It's running, so check your filters. Are you showing tournaments that are running?
Running. No, I'm not.
and there we are. Do you see it now?
Noob.
It's good.
Oh, yeah, let me try to find.
It's helpful for everyone. So yeah, running, and then.
What's the name of the tournament?
It should be like right there, like about the 5th one down. If you've got restricted running, there's 1,100 players in it. It's called the XL Inferno live stream daily free roll. This is literally like talking my mum through how to send an email.
I have it.
Okay, score.
Well done, you. So yeah, and then now when you register, they'll ask for a password. The password is XL123.
XL123.
I think this tutorial, I think we should kind of edit this tutorial and send it out for anybody out there who has trouble, figuring out ways to do this. Blinds, by the way, are 4,000, 8,000. Anna Marquez steadily on her 21.5 big blind stack, showing us how to navigate her way through this field on that stack, as we are now just 120 away from the money. Sounds like a lot, but online poker, the players drop like flies.
So Vivian.
Yes.
Where are you in the world?
I'm in Austria. In the countryside of Austria.
Nice.
Ace Jack. 10 told. Sorry. Continue. Sorry. Go ahead.
Life is getting back to normal. I'm excited.
Oh, what's the situation? What? Can you go out?
Yeah. This weekend I've been in a restaurant for the first time in the last 2-3 months.
Oh, amazing.
So this is good. And tomorrow I'm going back to school. I will be learning German.
Ah.
Yeah,
Ich,
8 in
ich
the morning.
lichten Sie.
Yeah, so I'm happy.
And so in the restaurant, how does it work? They just throw the food from 2 meters away, or what happens?
Basically, yes.
Yeah.
No, they have some rules. The servers, they have to wear masks, and the tables must be 1 meter away from one another. And
Right.
also, you must make a reservation before you go. So there is some rules to follow, but in general, so it's all getting back to the normal,
That's
the new
good.
normal.
The new normal.
Yeah.
And how did you find you were locked down? You had lockdown there, I presume.
Quarantine. Yeah.
Quarantine.
Yes, I think lockdown is, I don't know, maybe it's the same thing, but I had the idea it's a little more restrict.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little more.
How is it in England?
We just started to ease things this week, but we're behind everyone because we did a bad job, and so now we're like a little bit behind most of Europe now.
No.
Yeah.
Here in the States, we're killing it.
Yeah.
Just absolutely crushing it. Yeah. We're number one.
Yeah, you're number one as ever. Yeah.
We're number
well
one.
Done.
Winning.
Yeah.
I'll leave that alone. By the way, Viv, if you want to join us at the table, we're watching table 91 for XL Inferno number 10. We're at table 91 if you want to kind of watch Ana Marquez crush.
And so did you end up playing a lot of poker, Vivi?
A lot of poker, but I also used the time to study a lot because I figured out I had a lot of things to improve in my game. So
nice.
Yeah, I've been working out from home. I've been eating a lot. I gained some weight.
Everybody gained some weight. Don't worry about it.
Well, but life is good, you know?
Everyone gained some weight and everyone now has a drinking problem. Like if you get out of this with no drinking problem and you're within 6 pounds of where you were, you win. Like it's bad.
Yeah. I've spent a lot of time with my dog. What was a relief to have him here.
He was ill, or
he was ill, yes. It was very scary. He had many infections in his stomach and his eye, and he was shaking and he was puking, and I freaked out, but now he's super fine. He just finished his 10 days antibiotics treatment. So yeah, the poor thing didn't learn how to speak. So,
how old is he?
He's 8.
Oh, okay. So he should be good to go.
Good to go. 10 years more, at least.
Yeah, exactly, at least.
Taze Cassie 69, by the way, they were blind on blind battle, and Tay Cascassi versus Ana Marquez. He had kings in the small blind, was setting a trap. Ana Marquez never fall for it. He got one very tiny bet in on the river, and Ana Marquez paid him off, knocking her stack down to 147,000.
Got an update for you here, David.
Yes?
I'm above starting stack in the free roll.
Woo! Nice job, Nick Wealthall.
Print that main event ticket.
On it. I love it. I think it's going to be hilarious when you win, like, you know, when you come in like 67th and you get $1.11 and you owe me 10 cents.
Yeah. I'll ship it as well. Don't worry about that. I'm very honest.
I have gotten some residual checks in the past for my acting days, and I have a residual check for 1 penny and for 2 pennies. They actually mailed me that check.
Do you cash it?
Fairly ridiculous. I framed the 1 penny one. And my son was very excited about the 2 cent one, so I gave it to him.
Cool.
Because I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I'm a high roller, man. Vivian Saliba joining us here. Viv, how's the tournament going for you?
I'm out of everything.
What happened?
Very efficient.
Yeah.
Well, I play high variance style. Let's put this way. So is it Anna still in?
Yeah, she's on the stream right now.
Yeah,
What
you
is
can, like
her-
I said, table 91. Table 91,
90.
you can check it. You can watch it with us.
Yeah,
Oh, we've got a millionaire in the tournament. Garen Gonsa is our chip leader with 1.1 million. Sorry.
Nice. Going
right.
Garen Gansa. By the way, Noet Kaka, who is at our table 91, is currently 15th in chips.
Oh, I see her. She's the
Hey.
tiger.
She is a tiger. Rawr.
So, Vivian, I have a question. Oh, we just see a shove here. This is a big pot. I should not
Yeah.
take over it. Oh, and a call. Wow.
Are you ahead of me? You are ahead of me. Wow. Jack 10, King 5, Trip Kings, no good. And we have another $1 million baby, Noet Kaka, up to just over 1 million chips. Nick, you're apparently about 6 seconds ahead of me.
How is that even possible?
I don't know.
I have super fast internet. Do you have super fast internet?
I do.
Mine's faster.
Apparently. Nick is faster. He's bigger. He's smarter. You are everything that I hope I could be and more.
Never stop believing though, Dave.
Anna Marquez has been called.
This is it.
Anna Marquez all in on the button. Black ad makes the call. Jacks versus ace 4. Where's the ace? 5. We're looking for 5. 6 of clubs will not do it for Anna Marquez. And the tiger. Viv, give us your best tiger roar. Rawr. Rawr. Unfortunately for Anna Marquez, that was not a big enough roar, as Anna Marquez has been eliminated about 100 spots shy of the money.
Oh, tournaments, but they are so fun. But
are you playing all the events, by the way?
Almost. I played all days, everything. Yesterday I took the day off because I was hoping I could go to late in the morning today, but it didn't happen. But here I am. So
you can stay till late in the morning talking to us. You'll be fine.
Yeah. Yes, of course.
I mean, granted, it's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon here, so it's going to be. You're probably not going to be with me until my late morning.
I hope not, but no. If I am, I just go to school without sleeping. Sometimes it's better when you just keep, because if you sleep for 1 or 2 hours, you're like a zombie.
So I believe we're going to head over to another table here. Check out the overall chip leader in a moment.
Our millionaire.
Yeah, you mentioned him earlier. The Garen Gosa from the UK has over 1.1 million chips.
Vivian, I have a question for you.
Sure.
We were talking about this before. Who do you think? Who's the most talented poker player you have seen or played with or experienced or whatever? Like the most talented, not necessarily the most consistent, but the most talented.
That's a tough one.
Remember, you've played with Tuchman. He's in the mix.
I did.
It was that funny.
I got you. I got her to fold jacks.
Yeah, we know, David. We can't get through a stream without you bringing it up.
I still traumatized with this.
See?
Like, I didn't know you were so crazy. We were playing so deep and was the first hand ever, and I don't know what happened to me.
It was fun.
It was.
Yeah, it was a good play. It was a good play.
Yeah, throwback to the live cash game. It was the 888 cash game that took place in London. Hopefully, 888 poker when we start playing live poker again, and we will. We can get another one of those cash games going.
Yes, and I'm not folding anything. Just for your information.
I'll make sure that I make a note of that. Don't worry, when I do it next time, I'll have it. I feel like Phil Hellmuth when I say it. Next time, I'm going to have it.
I can dodge bullets.
Nice.
Did you see, by the way, we were discussing, though, Nick was referencing, there was a Remco tweet where he was talking about the top 10 most talented poker players of all time. And, you know, you've obviously had the chance to play with some really talented player. Who are a few of the most talented players you've ever played with?
It's tough to come with names like a talented person. I mean, I played against some of the best of the world. Let me try to think of someone. Give me a few seconds.
By the way, as you learn German, it's so impressive, and it shows how ridiculously inadequate I am, and unfortunately many Americans are. How many languages do you speak now? So you obviously Portuguese, since you're Brazilian.
Yeah, Portuguese, English, German. I'm at the very beginning.
Spanish or no Spanish?
Very little. It's very similar to Portuguese. So I do, we call it Portunhol. It's Portuguese with Spanish, and it's a big mix, and I can communicate, and a little bit of Italian, but not much also. So I must learn German because here in Austria, maybe in Vienna, people speak English pretty frequent, but here in the countryside where I live, it's not so common. So I miss out a lot of the culture and what is going on around. I go out with my dog, people start talking to me, I can't reply, I don't understand. Even when I say sometimes I don't speak German in German, they still not understand what I said. Right. That's how bad my accent is. So I still have a long way to go.
Right. I mean, the fact that your boyfriend is German, it would also go. Does he speak Portuguese or no?
He speaks better Portuguese than I speak German.
Okay.
Yeah. But I will catch up. I will catch up. My goal is till the end of the year being speaking decent German.
That's definitely a pretty ambitious goal. Good luck with that. Vivian Saliba joining us. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for event number 10 of the XL Inferno. We are down to 228 players. Big hand developing here between the chip leader, Garen Gonsa, and Boat or Not. Pot's already 164,000. See if Boat or Not decides to continue on this King 10 board. By the way, Viv, we're at table 96 right now.
All right, let me look at it. So I played against a guy once at the tournament, and he was so good. And everything I did, I'm trying to look for his name. Maybe he's famous.
Okay.
What nationality?
Was the WSOP Europe main event. So probably it is some known player. Let's see if I can find. It was very difficult. So I think he was very talented because he could read my brain.
I mean, I remember Barry Schulman won the World Series of Poker Europe main event, but I don't think he's very talented. So probably not him. Boat or Not won that hand, by the way, up to 785,000 chips. Boat or Not also a very healthy stack right here, as you can see, with a top 10 stack. Garen Gosa, either 1 or 2, depending on when you're looking. Obviously, a very fluid situation when it comes to the chip stacks.
Commentator friendly level, Claxon.
If anybody, by the way, if anybody watching has any questions for Viv, go ahead and ask them here. I see Neanderthal, Alfie, Ryan, Warbros, Walter HK, Alexandra, all in the chat. Craig Bromage, Tom Kaselov, all in there as well. So if you have any questions for Viv, feel free to ask us, pass them along.
Yes, send questions, guys. And I'm still trying to think. Like I wanted to come with a clever answer. Give me some moments.
Okay, you went preps. You can take some time.
Yes, we have time, right?
Quinta wants to know if you're married. Unless you've gotten married recently, are you married yet?
I'm not married, but we live together, so I see it pretty much as a marriage.
Not married, okay. free roll password, by the way, is XL123. That free roll registration is going to close shortly, so make sure you get in on that action.
People can still register.
Yeah.
Like, I'm grinding a stack here, and like people can just jump in. It's outrageous.
Yeah, but do you have an above average stack now? Are you killing it?
Well, I'm above starting. What's average?
I don't know.
Like, I'm around average. Your money's safe. I'm just gonna cruise through these 2,000 chumps and bank the ticket. Don't worry about it.
I love it. I love it. 144 are paid in our tournament. I imagine more than that are probably paid in the free roll, but I don't know.
Oh, good question. 202 people will be paid in the free roll.
Look at that.
Prizes begin at 32 cents.
32 cents. So I get 10% of that if you win.
Yeah, 3.2 cents. Here's what I'll do for you, my friend. I'll round up.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm a nice guy. It
like
says
it.
here. Yeah.
Good stuff. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman, and of course, Vivian Saliba here watching the XL Inferno. And if you're just kind of joining us, we had a broadcast a few days ago where we covered event number 1. You can watch that. The archive is available on Facebook. I believe it's on YouTube as well. Check that out. It was a lot of fun. And hopefully this is something that 888 Poker continues to do in the future, kind of streaming these online events. It's a lot of fun. And, whether you play in them, whether you just want to watch, either way, kind of a great way to get in on the action. Garangonsa, boat or not, once again tangling on this 6-4-3-2 club board. Get a
incredibly
check
small raise. Jesus.
Yeah, it's a click back.
Yeah.
Okay, I found the name of the guy I was trying, but I don't think he's very well known. It's Andrei. It's a Romanian. But I had a tough time playing against him, and I don't know, I got a little traumatized.
What's his name?
Andrei. Romanian guy.
There's a Romanian guy who won, I believe he won the high roller.
There is a very
in
good
Bucharest.
One.
And he's
he's
a very good player.
Maybe Crazy Eights a few years ago in Vegas. He's very good.
Are we talking? I'm wondering if we're talking about the same player.
No, it's another one. There is very good.
Wait a second. There are 2 different players here. Wait, Norman Shad, by the way, is in the chat. Are you kidding me? I can't get away from this guy. He's like a fungus.
Is that because you owe him money?
Yeah. Norman Shad says Vivian Saliba appears to speak 4 or 5 languages. Tuchman is working on 1.
Funny.
Nick, you have a nice hair today.
Thanks, Vivian. So do you.
Yours is nicer.
So mine, this is my quarantine hair. Like, it's grown out. So, and it's because we had some sunshine. It's just true color. This is like my Beach Boy impression.
Okay. It looks pretty good.
Okay, thanks.
Keep it up with the style.
Okay, thank you. I will. I won't cut it myself.
Oh, they even took out his cap so I could give compliments to his hair as well. It's
like working with an 8-year-old, isn't it? Someone said something nice to somebody else that wasn't me. Please include me.
I understand. I am essentially 8 years old. I know. I like to think it's part of my charm. I think that, at least.
I can't comment.
Ryan Gledo says, was there a giveaway on the stream? Not in the free roll. No, we're working on that. I am doing my very best. I promise to get us some giveaways. So going forward, make sure you join us. We're by the way, we're back at it on the 19th.
In fairness, I'm giving away my plant every stream to the best comment in YouTube or Facebook chat. But you have to come and collect it because quarantine, I can't go out. So you could win a plant.
Can you show everybody the plant closer? Bring it over
nice. Here. It comes in its own pot.
Oh.
It's ready soiled. And it also has a growth stick. Vivian also has a plant off.
I like it. I don't have a plant.
Watch this. Watch this.
Also.
Oh yeah, you have
Okay.
two plants.
Hold on, I'm just gonna. I apologize. I'm just gonna mute my. I'm gonna mute my co-commentators as they throw plants on the screen. Yeah, you're right.
No! Oh no! Where's Nick, the co-commentator? He's no longer visible due to his marine training. He's
How
now
did it
gone
happen that
in.
I am the most professional here? What is going on?
Look, Dave. I've gone. I'm here. I've got this. Anyway, that's up for grabs. Best comment tonight. You have to come and collect it yourself, but that will be one tonight. So good luck out there.
Jeanette Bull is back and she is concerned. Have you watered it today?
I don't know how to put this. This is not my department. So my wife understands plants. I don't understand plants. I just use them presentationally, but it's well looked after. Who was that? Janine?
Jeanette Bull.
Jeanette, it's well looked after.
There we go.
But I
Ace 10 is good. Ooh, Garen Gonsa now up to 1.1 million chips. I cannot show you the plants because I have none in my office, but right outside the window behind this 888 poker sign behind me, there's a real window and a yard where I have a raised garden bed that I actually built for my wife for Mother's Day. And she planted 22 different vegetables today.
22.
Yes. We have
Great.
all sorts of peppers, romaine lettuce, spinach, cucumbers.
This is great.
Yeah, really excited.
Is this like for the apocalypse? So
you know what? We're spending a lot of time at home right now, and she's cooking a lot, so we're kind of like, why not have fun with it? Garen Gonsa, by the way, plays almost every single hand. I like this guy or girl. I don't know if it's a girl or a guy.
You can't see because of the veil. Could be
so
either.
Who are the top 10 most talented poker players that you guys come up with the names?
Well, we didn't
come
up
somebody tweeted a list and then everybody was arguing. So we were just asking everybody in the chat and so on who their nominations were. A lot of people think Phil Ivey.
Sean Deeb.
Sean Deeb, good shout.
I mean, I think Sean Deeb is certainly in that conversation. I mean, this is a guy. Sean Deeb kind of came up just playing, 24 no limit hold'em tournaments, and now he plays all the games. And he's definitely one of those guys where if you were to invent a game on the fly, my guess would be he, Scott Seaver, those kind of players would figure it out a lot quicker than most.
Yes. He's very good. I played against him, and it's impressive. He's really very solid. But he didn't last much on my table because he was running for Player of the Year. So he was going for the re-entries. So he was playing the same style as I do, high variance.
High variance.
Yeah. Well, but he was multi-tabling because he was trying to go for Player of the Year. What was your excuse?
I don't know, I just wanted to pay attention and have fun with you guys, Either I wanted to run deep or have a shot.
Go big or go home.
Jason Glatzer says, nice job, David and Vivian. Doesn't mention you, Nick. It's weird. Sorry.
Yeah, but I'm the one that doesn't need the reassurance. He's very intuitive.
Probably right. Thank you, Jason, for that nice tweet. Ryan Gletto asking if 888 Poker is in the chat. Can we ask you questions? Of course we can, Ryan. Go ahead. Norman Chad, I assume in reference to my wife planting romaine lettuce, says most supermarkets in the U.S. now carry romaine lettuce. Check your local listings for the one nearest you. Hey, if we can be self-sufficient and grow our own romaine lettuce, we are helping out the environment, Norman Chad. Thank you very much.
Norman Chad is funny, though.
He is funny man.
That was funny. In fact, if Norman could just send me his lines so that I can then deliver them, that would be excellent.
For the record, by the way,
like a stream
anybody's-
of Tuchman put downs would be really helpful.
So this
for
is
me.
like Albert Brooks in like the network.
Yeah.
For the record, for anybody wondering, Nick said that's funny, and many of you probably thinking, well, why isn't he laughing? That's Nick laughing hysterically.
It was
He's
funny.
British. Thank you for joining us. So the final tally numbers are in 1,137 players. 144 of them will get paid. First place, 28,000. A min cash, you want to know, is 2.5 times the buy-in. So pretty good bubble.
Big bubble.
Yep. 4 players will earn themselves 5 figures in this event, and everybody who makes the final table will earn themselves at least 4 figures. In fact, the top 15 players will all take home at least $1,200. So a lot of money up for grabs here in what is called the tune-up.
Things are looking bad in the free roll, David.
Tell us.
Well, I might. I got 10 big blinds. It's not very many, is it?
Well, it's enough.
It's enough. Got to believe.
By the way, I quoted the wrong movie. Norman Chad, always quick to correct me if I'm wrong. He says, Tuchman, it's Albert Brooks in Broadcast News, not Wet Network. He is correct. It is Broadcast News. Thank you for that comment, Norman. He called me something mean.
Petition to have Norman stay for the whole stream and constantly correct you.
He's got nothing else to do. Come on. Right now, all he is doing is a bunch of ooka-lookas. Have you seen, by the way, everybody at home, if you're listening to this, do me a favor. Head over to Twitter when you get a chance. Find Norman Chad's Twitter account and watch him do an ooka-looka. It's somewhat entertaining, but it's clearly a desperate plead for help. He needs help. So if you're at home and you have just 3 minutes, do an ooka-looka, record yourself, and join the ooka-looka craze. Kara Scott did one. Danielle Moon, who is on Kara Scott's latest podcast, she did one. I did one. My wife did one. Join the ooka-looka craze, please. I'm going to nominate. I think I nominated you, Viv. You're supposed to do one.
I don't know what is a ooka-looka.
Very easy. Go to Twitter and find out.
Yes, I'm going to have to do my homework. Sorry.
So I don't know what Viv.
As you were talking.
Vivi, I don't know what it is either. So we should try and decide what it is without looking.
Must be some type of dance, some online challenge, like ooka-looka. I will have to look it up.
Could be a dance. But yeah, it could be a dance. That's a good idea.
Yeah, choreography or something like that.
Maybe it's a kind of origami figure of some kind.
What is a food that everybody likes?
Pizza.
Pasta. No,
you know what food I like? I like pulled pork. I love pulled pork. I apologize to any of you vegans and vegetarians out there, but I love myself from pulled pork. And if the pulled pork is from Canada, I like it even more. Pulled pork, by the way, with a ton of chips over at table 109. Let's check out that table if we can. And we'll get a glance over at table 109. Are you kidding me? Come on, that was great.
That was awful.
We will switch over to table 109 momentarily. And when we do, we'll get a chance to look at the pulled porker from Canada, who apparently has 1.12 million chips.
And he won it.
We got a big hand in the free roll. Here's where things go wrong.
What do you have?
I can't say.
I think you can say.
I can't say.
Okay.
I can't say. What if the guys are watching the stream? They have an edge.
They have an edge anyway. It's you.
That's incredibly rude.
You should have lied. Then you would.
I have like 10% of my. It's you. We're supposed to be on the same team, David. If that is your real name.
By the way, pulled porker apparently, and I can neither confirm nor deny this. According to Jason Glatzer, he says pulled pork is Doug Lang.
Yeah, and sitting on 1.1 million is pretty nice.
So what happened in the in this pivotal hand?
I won, but I didn't get any action. So.
Oh.
What did you have?
I had an ace and a jack, and they were the same suit.
And what was
Beautiful.
that?
What was the flop?
That wasn't a flop.
Oh, we got all excited just pre-flop with no action.
There's not much going on, man. I'm in a free roll with 12 big blinds. I can't deliver life-changing action. All right, I'm trying to work. Oh, I've got another big hand. This is exciting.
How many players are left?
I'm going all in again. Very few.
By the way, this would be a great reverse psychology if you actually were bluffing right now and people were listening to you, because you sounded very excited, like you really had.
Okay, I'm all in. I've hit a set on the flop. I've hit quads.
Did they hold?
Is there a free roll jackpot?
Did they hold?
No, it's quad under quadded. It's quite a story.
Good game.
I've now got 14,000 chips. This is huge, David. We're going to the main event, baby. I only have 570 players left to beat.
That's amazing. We have an all-in and a call. Hold that thought, because we have an all-in and a call. Oh my God!
Oh wow!
Action here. I have Asthma in there against Z Luca, and then Hold a Baby. I'll hold your baby while you're all in. Okay, Hold a Baby is all in as well. I mean, Hold a Baby has to have like queens plus here, right? Ace King suited. I mean, although as I look at this, though, none of these players are particularly deep. Queens, okay. Jack 9 versus Queens. Top set here. Three diamonds out there. Not a diamond.
Not any diamond. That was bad, Nick. Clean diamond.
Clean diamond. Or 10, by the way. 10 would have done it as well. Hold a Baby is going to win a monster pot. I have Asthma wins the side pot and is still alive. One player eliminated. We're down to 188. We are just 44 away from the money.
Vivian, Norman Chad about Vegas.
Norman Chad, comment. Hold on. We'll hear about Viv in a second, but I have to ask you a question, Nick. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Norman Chad says, can Nick recall the highlights of winning the Sussex Masters main event in Brighton in 2010? I was on the rail that day and had a bet against him.
Well, it was a very poor wager.
I agree. Go ahead with your question. I apologize.
I can't remember it. Vivi, do I ask you? Oh yeah. Were you're obviously planning to go to Vegas. Were you sad about the series?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Were you sad that the World Series got postponed, cancelled, moved?
I got very sad. I had my hotel booked already.
Oh man.
And I hope it happens this year. Like, we don't know when and if, but I love the World Series. I love Vegas. I know some people sometimes they say, oh, Vegas, but I love it. It's just my favorite poker stop.
Yeah, it's awesome.
I have Asthma has put 48 of his 70,000 chips in the pot and is thinking about it.
Maybe he's sad for his chips.
I would imagine so, but I mean, can you really put 48,000 in and then fold? No, I mean, he's obviously in bad shape, but what are you going to do there? He's open-ended here, but a heart is no good. Deuce of clubs also no good, and I have Asthma. I hope your Asthma is better. He is out. He has eliminated 180 players remain, give or take one or two. Actually, Viv, I wanted to ask you a question because you are in a unique situation. So for anybody who does not know, Viv was kind of in like a horror movie of sorts because of visas and citizenship and all these things. And for people who don't know, you were kind of stuck in Italy for a while and were not able to go to a lot of the 888 live events for maybe half a year even, right?
Yes.
So you were, in a weird way, you were almost quarantined then. Then you finally sort everything out. You moved to Austria. You're with your boyfriend. You've got everything sorted, and now you're quarantined again. I know you're out of it, but how difficult was that for you? Just coming out of it. I mean,
well, Italy period was very difficult because it was completely unexpected. I know these times right now are unexpected as well, but it's for everyone. And there I hired a lawyer that was kind of, I don't know if she was a scammer or just incompetent. And she put me in horrible shoes. I was legal in Italy, but I couldn't leave to any other country. So I didn't have clothes. I didn't have money with me in Italy. I didn't have anything. I couldn't even move places because I was doing my citizenship process there. And the house there was no internet, no TV. It was like difficult, but Italy is a great country. So I could enjoy a lot of Italy. And right now, of course, it is tough times, but I'm very privileged because I can work from home, just play online poker. And also, I live in a very nice area. There's a park behind my flat, so I can go there with my dog and interact a little with nature. And I'm privileged. So even being tough times, life's still good.
Is this a new apartment, by the way? Have you guys been in there a while, or is this relatively? Did you just move in?
We just moved in, 6 months ago. Yes, but I'm still adapting to the things here.
I feel like you need some framed pictures for your wall. May I suggest one of Nick and I together? You can put one up. Yeah.
Why don't we take
it's a good idea.
And then I would love that.
That'll be really strong. We'll get something together and send it to you. We can use those pictures that 888 have got of me and you, Tuch, from 20 years ago.
They're brilliant.
Your guy's still looking good.
Appreciate that.
We do our best. We do our best. Once again, thanks for joining us here. 6 minutes until our next break. These breaks are super quick, just enough time to go grab yourself a beer, a glass of wine, a cup of coffee, and head right back over here. Viv, we'll say goodbye to you at the break. Thank you so much for joining us, though. Man. Hopefully we can get you back in the booth at some point later on in the series.
Can you come back in an hour?
You can stay a little longer if you want. It's okay. But you can count on me any day. Just let me know. It was a pleasure. Miss you guys.
I miss you too, Vivi.
Thank you so much, Viv.
Are we still all here?
We're still here.
Like, you have to leave. I mean, if you don't leave, it doesn't end.
Yeah, we're not going to leave. I mean, the break's not for 5 minutes. You can stick with us until break.
Okay, so now we have to re-say goodbye.
Yeah, it's really awkward now.
I once had a home game, and this is absolutely true. I had a home game, and in this home game, there was a guy who was like a D-list celebrity in the UK, and he got tilted. And he lost all his money, and he kind of stormed out of my lounge, and then he went to the front door. We'd probably been drinking a bit or whatever, but we thought he'd gone, and so we started talking bad about him. And he literally, this voice from the hallway went, "I'm still bloody here!" Like, okay, what was wrong with that guy? What a dick! Yeah, what a dick!
I haven't loved that.
I haven't gone. Happy days.
That was me, wasn't it?
It was not you.
This went check. This was a 3-bet pop, by the way.
Do you ever get angry tilted, David Tuchman? I can't imagine you getting like steamed in that way. I can imagine you getting frustrated. I can't imagine you getting like angry tilt.
This is an interesting pot. I'll go back to that in a second. Pulled poker actually 3-bet pre. Check. There's the raise here. I was going to say, I don't really like this bet by Tapper. There's the all-in. Ace-King versus Ace-10. Wow, well, I guess it's just two pair over 2 pair. Really unlucky. Without seeing the cards, the reason I don't like that bet on the river where he pretty much pot commits himself is just because on a 3-bet board, Ace-King-10, that's really going to favor the 3-better's range. I mean, pulled poker is the one that's going to have Ace-King. Pulled poker is the one that's going to have a set there, a set of kings, a set of aces.
But his hand is so strong, though, right? Like
he puts himself in a tough situation. Obviously, you've got Ace-10, and once he calls the 3-bet pre, kind of sets himself up. Once obviously, and he flops 2 pair, the chips are going to go in. but without seeing the cards, you've just got to think about the sizing. Like, what is he trying to get called by on an ace king 10 board?
I see you, Vivian Saliba.
I took a picture of the three of us.
Nice.
I like it. Well done.
You get it blown up behind you on the wall for when you're on next Sunday.
I'm going to take a picture of the entire computer screen here, so we got that. But you know what I mean, though? It's just, when you start thinking about what hands you're going to get called by on an ace king 10 board, when you have ace 10 and you 3-bet pre, it's like you're looking at a fairly narrow range. Like
he called a 3-bet pre, right?
The ace 10 called the 3-bet pre, but I'm saying but the 3-bet, the caller, not the 3-better, bet very large on the river with ace 10, and you've just got to imagine, okay, what are you getting called by here? I mean, I guess specifically ace queen, right?
Ace queen. I mean, I don't know what. So you just check it back?
No, the ace 10 was out of position.
The ace 10 was in position.
No, out of position in that particular spot.
I thought the ace 10 had the button.
They might have. I mean,
well, there's no way to ever know.
We'll never know. Let's look back. But I just think it's an interesting spot in terms of, like, there's always the kind of like the old school thinking of, we're playing our hand versus the new school thinking of like playing our range and our opponent's range, kind of merging, colliding,
so
to speak.
I feel like you got to bet that river or you're a little bit wussy.
Yeah, probably. Maybe, but maybe the sizing has got to be a little smaller. I don't know. Viv, what do you think?
It was quite a big bet.
I wasn't following, but I'm listening.
She wasn't following because we said goodbye. It's completely unfair. We said goodbye to her.
Crispy Wings is all in for his last 9 big blind.
What? You released me from my responsibilities.
I prefer not to open my mouth and say something that is not too smart. Sometimes it's better to be quiet.
Can you find a way to teach David that? He didn't. David, are you listening?
I am.
Sometimes it's better to be quiet, is the lesson.
That's why I was listening and not talking.
Growth. Personal growth.
I figured if there was ever a time where I should be listening and not talking, it would be right there. By the way, we might have one, possibly 2 more hands until the break. Vivian, it's been an absolute pleasure having you alongside us in the commentary booth. Hello to you in Austria. Hopefully, good luck to you the rest of the way, the rest of the XL Inferno series. Hopefully, we'll see you at our tables and, of course, in our commentary booth.
Yeah, hopefully you'll come again. Come back again.
Yeah, just let me know when you need me. I'm always here.
Awesome.
Bye for reals. Bye for reals.
Bye-bye. Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone who was watching.
Take care. See you soon.
So we say goodbye to Vivian Saliba.
But you have to leave. You have to leave.
She's just going to stay there.
Oh, no, I think she's like, it's frozen. Bye, Vivian. Bye.
I mean, listen, in the scheme of things, if there's an awkward goodbye where somebody doesn't leave for a while, Vivian can get away with it.
She can get away with anything. Vivian's
pretty
awesome.
much.
She's awesome. But we'll have her back on we've got at least 2 more nights of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 1,615 entries in this particular tournament. First place, $28,000. Thanks so much for joining us. Break right after this hand. Bombus. It's going to make us wait. Probably going to make us sit here for the entire break. Wow, big bet, 199,000. Diamonds, paired board.
What would you need to call? A lot.
Yeah, I mean, an ace with a big king, with a big diamond, maybe. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it's hard to know in a vacuum. We'll talk about that and more in about 4.5 minutes. Thanks for joining us here at the 888 XL Inferno event number 10. Back in 4 minutes. And we're back. These breaks are quick, I tell you.
Very fast. You're right.
I am fine. I am fantastic.
All right, good.
All good here. By the way, our good friend Garen Gonsa has 1.7 million chips now.
That is a lot of chips.
Yeah, only 167 players remain. Thanks for joining us. Welcome back from break. Blinds are 7,000, 14,000. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman. We say goodbye to the lovely and very talented Vivian Saliba. As we are just 20 spots away from the money. Min cash, about 2.5 times the buy-in, so it's a decent-sized bubble. First place, over $28,000. Keep in mind, the buy-in for this tournament was just 109, and I'm sure many of these players got in for a lot less than that. Open punks with the 3-bet. Back over to Vladimir.
Gets it through. Nice timing.
That's crazy
stuff. This field size went quick, didn't it? We're now 20 off the money. We were, whenever you last called it out, we were like 100 off the money.
It's quick. I mean, we saw that last week too, and we a couple of days ago when we covered event number 1. It was like we started with 300, we were down to 20 in like a minute. It felt like that at least. You know, we've only been broadcasting here for 2 hours, and we have gone from 500 to 163 in just 2 hours. Vivian Saliba, by the way, in the chat says, hello, miss you guys already.
Story checks out.
Yeah, she's in the chat over at YouTube. By the way, we are, I'm following the Facebook chat and the YouTube chat.
You're good, David Tuchman.
I've got them both in front of me.
Imagine if you could commentate at the same time.
Wow.
Let's see it. Still in the free roll. We're still alive.
We are. How many players are left?
I mean, hardly any. I would say about 290.
Are you going to tighten up? I mean, ICM considerations. You said 200 cash, right?
200 cash, so we're getting up there. I mean, I'm really playing for the ticket. I promised you a free roll in the main event, and that's what I'm here to deliver.
I know, but I mean, let's say there's 207 left. You're 4 away from the money, and you pick up like jacks, and somebody shoves all in, and they have you covered. I mean, you fold jacks, right? Take the cash, lock up 32 cents.
I'm here for the ticket.
You're crazy.
No surrender.
Nick Wealthall is an absolute beast, guys.
Beast. Tell me about it.
I got to tell you, I love technology. 2020, say what you will. You got Vivian Saliba in Austria. You're in the UK. I'm here in Los Angeles. And we are doing commentary on an event that is being played all over the world. 1,137 players. Tons of entries. 15 away from the money. Things are getting exciting. That is for sure. So we talked about it earlier, and I think it's worth revisiting as we look at this flop between Psycho Knot and Vladimir about the this highly scientific top 10 most talented poker players of all time. And because I spoke so much, which is normally the case, I drowned out your rather intelligent voice. If we're looking at that top 10 list, is there anybody on that list that you think is, come on, yeah, he's a talented poker player, but top 10 of all time? And is there anybody that's like, wait, where is so-and-so? Why isn't that person on this list?
Well, you've sprung it on me because I don't have the list in front of me.
I'll give it to you again. So once again, Remco Rimkema, he tweeted this out. It says, my highly scientific top 10 most talented poker players of all time discussed. Number 1, Phil Ivey. Number 2, Stu Unger. Victor Blom, Jungle Man, Phil Galfond, Benjamin Solsky, Sauce 123, Tom Dwan, Chip Reese, Daniel Negreanu, Fedor, and then Doyle Brunson. Round out his top 11.
Yeah. It's tough, isn't it? It's tough. I mean, I think there are. I just think it's really difficult because he's specifically talking about talent, and I just find that really difficult. As I said before, when we were talking about it before, I don't know where talent and work intermingle, and I think everyone that does well in poker has some sort of level of affinity for the game, some level of talent. I think Patrick Antonius would probably be on my list because he got to the top and stayed there for quite a long time. And as far as we know, he could have been lying about this, but as far as we know, he never had really any kind of theoretical grounding. He was always playing on, instinct and learned ability. So Patrick Antonius would probably be on my list of talent.
I think that's a good shout. I mean, he's certainly in the conversation, and I think if he's
played at the highest limits, played all the games.
For my money, the two players that I would probably somehow figure out a way to add to this list, I think Eric Seidel needs to be on this list.
Oh, that's who I was going to say earlier. Yeah, good shout. Yeah.
I mean, not only does Seidel play all the games, but I mean, for any of you who are familiar with rounders, I mean, that's how long Eric Seidel has been crushing. And now he plays the high rollers against some of the top players in the world. He's just a boss. To me, Eric Seidel and Johnny World are certainly two names that have to be considered. I wasn't around, and I'd have to defer to Doyle Brunson and the players that were to know about like Johnny Moss. I don't know. I mean, yeah, Johnny Moss was a legend, but I have no idea how talented he was. So it's like talking about a footballer from the 1940s. I have no perspective.
The one on that list I definitively wouldn't have on that list is Victor Blom. I wouldn't have Isildur on the list.
And by the way, that takes nothing away from Victor Blom. I mean, we're talking about...
It does. I'm taking him off the list. No, I am actually taking something away from him.
Good point. But I guess my point is...
I'm putting him outside the top 10.
Right. We're talking about the top 10 of all time.
Yeah.
Victor Blom does not belong in that conversation. Come on. Yeah. Really? He has him third, by the way. Third?
I don't. Yeah, that's the thing I had quarrel with. I didn't understand that at all.
Like, I could theoretically make an argument for everybody else in this list. As much as I love Fedor, I don't think he belongs in the top 10 of all time either. But
in terms of talent,
of all time,
yeah, no, I don't think so either. Because like, why wouldn't Dominic Nitsche be?
Or I mean, yeah,
who's more talented out of Dominic and Fedor? I don't know how you, for example,
or Philip Grusom.
Right. Like, how do you? I don't know how you split those players.
I mean, do we suddenly throw Dan Coleman in the list too? Then?
Well, actually, Dan Coleman of those kind of, I think he would be.
I'd have him on before those guys. Yeah, me
too. I agree. Yeah. Just talent. Yeah, I think that's fair, right?
Like what he was able to do in very, very short amount of time, just go from nowhere to dominating the heads up, sit and go world was so impressive. And obviously we saw what he did on the bigger stage. Coleman is not in my top 10, but of those players, of those ilk, I would put him in that list. Jason Mercier is certainly in the conversation. You know, whether he's 11, 13, 9, I don't know exactly. But the two that would definitely be on the list to me would be Johnny World and Eric Seidel.
I mean, the other one, I'm biased because I know him, but Brian Hastings.
No.
Brian Hastings is phenomenally talented.
Top 10 though? Come on.
Well, I mean, he's incredibly talented.
No, he is. Again, I mean,
he was so young when he got to the top of like genuinely the best Omaha cash game player in the world, in my opinion. He was like a different league above Victor Blom.
I'll put it this way: I would have Brian Hastings ahead of Victor Blom. I can agree with you on that, but I wouldn't put him top 10.
It's just very hard. I mean, it's a fun conversation, but it's very hard.
Yeah, it's a conversation you have around the water cooler. Who's the best? If you're looking at the NFL, who's the best quarterback of all time? If you're if you're European, who's the best footballer of all time?
Yeah, but I think like our conversation before on that is like it's easier to be more definitive about sports than it is about poker.
I guess, but then you start talking about eras, though. You start talking about how a player dominated a certain era, and would they be able to dominate this era? Probably not, because training is different, sizes. I mean, God, in the NFL, if you were to compare it, I mean, offensive linemen back in the day were 240 pounds. Now we have wide receivers that are 240 pounds.
Because everyone's training got better. That's why.
Well, it's a different world. I mean, and I think poker is not really any different from that. I mean, today's game, no matter how talented you are, if you're not studying and putting a ton of work into your game as a poker player, I don't know how successful you can be. I mean, even Daniel Negreanu, who was like one of those like live feel players, went out and got a coach so he could work on, GTO. Got a raise here. We got a 3-bet from Vladimir up to 730,000. He's got both of his opponents yet to act covered. Javam Frank in the big blind with 16,000. Blinds are 816, as you can see. We are just 10 away from the money.
Yeah, impossible call for Micah to make without a really nutted hand. This might be, because we're close to the money and because of the stacks, this might be profitable for Vladimir to make the shove blind.
Yeah. I mean, how tight do you need to call this if you're Micah? I mean, you've got 20 bigs. You can fold to the money.
Yeah,
easily.
Pretty tight. Yeah, pretty tight.
I mean, what do you do with 10s right here?
Probably fold, right?
Kind of hate it and fold.
Yeah, because I mean, it's a big bubble, as we discussed. It's a. I don't know if this is going to be. This has just been true of the 2 events we streamed. I don't know if it's true of all the XL events, but it's like a 2.5 times buy-in bubble. That's that's significant. And like if you've got 20 big blinds and you go out just before that bubble, like mathematically, it's just a disaster.
Are you still in the
mathematically, poker-wise, it's just a disaster.
Yeah. Are you still in the free roll?
Let me ask this question, David Tuchman. Is the free roll over?
No.
Therefore, obviously, I'm still in. Duh.
There we go. My horse. I love it. Give me a moment to take a look at some of the people in the chat. What's up, Leo, 1985? Dornell Marian Negodi. I'm sorry about the name. Apologize. Hello. Vivian, by the way, still in the chat. She apparently disagrees with the list. Vivian, give us your list. We never really got it. Who's your, give us some names that would definitely be in your top 10 that maybe aren't in there. Walter HQ, Eduardo Cevado Morales, all in the chat.
I thought you were reading her list. I was like, I don't know any of these. They must be like Brazilian online whiz or stuff. You know what I mean?
Action folding around to the button where Vladimir raises. Hux Fluxin 1, 2, 3. All I can think of when I hear Hux Fluxin 1, 2, 3 is the Hux capacitor. What is it called? From Back to the Future. The flux capacitor. There it is. Yeah. I don't know if that was what he was going for or not, but
Flux capacitor.
Garen Gonsa, our chip leader right now. Although, nope, we've got to change. Silvio, why not? Up to 1.9 million.
I got to take time out to note how well the Brits, my team, are doing in this tournament. We've got like 5 in the top 10.
That's impressive.
Great Britain. I'm proud.
I see a lot of Canadian flags in there. I see a handful of Brazilian flags as well. Brazil well represented. We're 8 away from the money. Get a raise here from Garen Gonza, who is the table chip leader, second overall in the tournament right now.
Yeah, and like, what's his VPIP, would you say, in the time we've been watching? Like
45, 50.
45, yeah, it's like 45.
Which is just ridiculous in a full ring game.
It's a lot of fun. Playing every hand, continuation betting most of the time. It's good to watch.
Yeah, poker tournaments are a ton of fun when you're the chip leader near the money bubble.
Yeah, really.
Went check, bet, call.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, and Garen Gonza is going to double barrel here. This is where it's going to put a lot of pressure on Open Punks, because Open Punks has to realize that if he calls this, there's a chance it could all go in on the river. And, it's very, very difficult. What do you do with a hand like Jack 9? Jack 10, something like that. You call again and then just kind of hope he shuts down on the river.
Yeah, Garen Gonza may play every hand now.
I don't necessarily think it's a bad strategy. 8 away from the money. Why not put as much pressure as you can?
100%. These situations come around in poker very rarely. Even if you're like one of the best tournament players in the world, you're going to find yourself in this exact situation very rarely. Like, to have this many chips and no one at the table can really put pressure, anything like close to pressure on you.
By the way, we're keeping our eye on table 109 as well, which has Sylvie Why Not on 1.7 million. So, but we are still at this table right here now. Micah 1914 making the call here. This is somewhat dangerous. On a 20 big blind stack, calling the chip leader. Blinds will move up in just 2 minutes. Tom's Colot says Nick has 27,000 chips right now on the free roll. You got a spy.
You're joking. Wait,
somebody's watching you.
I have what?
Do you have 27,000 chips?
Yes.
Yeah. Huh? Tom's is watching you.
Well, he's seeing a poker masterclass in folding. Some of these folds have been I'm just seeing how many. We've got 160 players left in the free roll. Oh, I'm in the money. Oh.
This is I've got 10% of them dance.
10%. Heading your way, my friend.
It's going to be pretty hysterical when you win the main event. When you win the main event ticket.
It's going to be amaze balls.
You can play and stream at the same time. It'll be fantastic.
It will be more than fantastic. Well, when the final table is when it'll be really fantastic.
And we've locked up 32 cents already?
Let me just get that information for you. We've got 154 players remaining. And so we are, oh no, it got bumped. You're too excited. We've locked up 29 cents.
29 cents so far.
Yeah, so far. So far.
So round it up, I get 3 pennies.
That's correct.
Yes. Strong.
Yeah.
I've doubled my pay for the day. This is great.
Congrats.
Action folds around the Joven Frank. Would not surprise me at all if Garen Gonza got a walk. The power of being the chip leader this close to the money.
Who's shown that he'll definitely defend if you raise.
Yeah, I'm not going to try to steal on the button here. Like if I'm raising, it's because I have a legit hand. And this is just what he's earned, or
What
she.
if you got? If you're
Vivacious.
vivacious, and you have like pocket queens here, do you limp?
I might either limp. I set a trap. I might limp and then shove.
Yeah.
If I had less chips, I could just rip it. But on Vivacious stack, I'd probably do a limp shove. And I'm doing that with actually a pretty wide, I mean, not a wide range, but I mean, a lot of my strong value hands. Like I might do that with hands like ace jack, ace queen, ace king, nines plus. I mean, I know it's a big money bubble, but I mean, Garen Gonstead doesn't want to call off 24 bigs, you know? So
just
I feel like
players to go, by the way, just 5 players to go.
No, I know. I feel like those, I'm talking about the top, 5-7% of my range that I'm going to play in that spot. I'd probably play it as a limp shove. If 149 players remain.
Hux Fluxon, brilliant name.
It's a really good one. I like it.
Hux Fluxon.
Psychonaut. This is a good spot, by the way, to raise if you were not even necessarily stealing, but let's say you just had a good but not great hand. When you have the chip leader in the small blind, it's probably the one hand out of the orbit that he or she is least likely to play. And I think attacking Psychonauts big blind when they only have 13 big blinds is really a nice spot. So whether Hux Fluxon had it or not, I think that was a really well-timed open. $5 off the money in the XL Inferno event number 10. Nick Wealthall in the money in the free roll. And by the way, we'll have another free roll for you in 2 short days. Nick and I are back at it on May 19th. It's the high roller.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's the high roller. Nick and I are both going to dress up for that because that's what you do for high rollers.
Well, I dressed up tonight, so there'll be no change there.
Right. Well, I will dress up and I will come in my fancy clothes for that particular show. Look for that. The high roller, I believe, slated to begin at the same start time, same bat channel, same bat time. And there'll be another free roll that day. So make sure you join us on May 19th. And then, of course, May 24th, circle your calendar. It is the main event. And we'll be streaming that until we crown a champion. I don't care if it takes 23 hours. We're not going anywhere.
I probably will.
No, you are staying right there until we crown a champion.
I'll probably duck out. It's 23 hours. So around hour 17, I'm probably, you know what I mean?
Bobo 13 just got eliminated from the free roll. Bobo
I'm all 13. In the free roll.
Oh.
This is exciting. Probably not as exciting as Garen goes to 3 betting. I've got ace king. I need an ace or a king. Defeat is such a bitter pill, David Tuchman, to swallow.
Are you out?
I'm out.
How much did you lock up? What place did you finish?
I'm just going to get the screen grab so you can see the.
This will be exciting. Look at the agony on your face. I mean, look how distraught you are. I mean, you could see how much you poured into this.
I gave it everything, and I don't like to lose, you know.
Yeah.
Wait.
It's an unfortunate result for you. At least you did cash. That's exciting. What were you up against? Ace King versus what, like 6s?
I had Ace King versus 9s.
9s. Upside down 6s.
Classic matchup. Let's see if I can. Is that working?
It is. It is working. It doesn't really work very well, though, since I can't see anything now on my own screen.
Oh, you can't? How can I affect your screen?
I don't know, because you're sharing your screen, so it's covering up my entire screen, so I can't
Oh
follow
my
anything.
God. I'm sorry, everyone.
This is a. You can just tell us what happens.
That's really annoying. I don't see why I can't share my. Okay.
Yeah.
So I want to show you the things. It's much funnier because it says you won 34 cents.
You can take a photo of that
Yeah.
and then share the photo.
And it's just literally what I just did.
Oh. Well, screen sharing is different than taking a photo and sharing the photo.
Let's just say I'm shipping you 3 cents.
I thought it was 4.
I'm rounding up. I'm shipping you 4 cents. We cashed.
Well done. Well done. Virtual high five.
How sweet it is. This Garen Ghost is having the time of his or her life.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, this is what you should do when you're on the bubble. Just dominate, dominate, dominate. And we have 3 players, by the way, who are just under, actually 4 players who are just under 2 million. It's KKK Kid, Garen Gonsa, Fudomaki, and then Silvio Why Not, all in or around 2 million chips. We are just 4 away from the money. Players playing it very close to the vest now, as you might expect. I mean, we're talking about a bubble that's 2.5 times the buy-in. Fairly significant for a lot of these players, and certainly significant if you satellited into this tournament. And as is normally the case, we expect once we do crack this bubble, we'll probably lose 20% of the field in a matter of minutes. Oh, the tomatoes are flying now.
Look out.
Wait for it.
So just to get you an update on that, we have got, what have we got left? 148 players left. And we've got 22 players with 10 big blinds or less. 22. And then another 17 or so with 15 big blinds. Something like nearly 40 players with 15 big blinds or less. So to underline what you're saying, once the bubble bursts, it's going to be carnage up in this piece.
Absolute carnage. I love carnage. Let there be blood. Garen Gonsa just continuing to raise. And this is one of those interesting things where the whole table knows what he's up to. He knows the whole table knows what he's up to. And yet there's nothing anybody can really do about it unless they pick up a premium, because it's just not worth being the table sheriff. It's just not worth risking losing, locking up $258. It's just one of those things where by basically just folding for the next orbit or so, you will guarantee yourself 2.5 times your buy-in, and then you can play aggressive after the fact. Where if you get involved with the pot with Garen Gonsa, yeah, you might add some chips to your stack, but your overall percentage, your overall chances of winning this tournament don't go up dramatically by adding 30,000 to your stack, or even 50,000 to your stack, or even doubling up. I mean, if you were to look at like RJ Strings' stack of 288, if he were to double up from 288 to say 560, what do you think his chances of winning would go up this whole tournament? 0.1% maybe? 0.3%?
Yeah, not very much.
Huxfluxen has been fairly aggressive, though. He's one of the, if it's not Garen Gonsa who's opening, it's usually Huxfluxen.
I think that's an instructive point, though, because it's very important, especially in tournament poker, maybe more than cash, I think, because tournaments have this illusion that they're like a running race or something. It's very important to remember, if you're at a table and there's a big stack and they're doing what Garen Gossa's doing, they're not doing it to you, right? They're not doing it to you specifically. They're doing it because of their tournament situation. So you have to be very aware of your situation and not feel like this need to fight back. I used to have, when I started playing and I got kind of competent in cash games, David, I used to have this problem all the time. If there was somebody good and aggressive at the table, I would take them on. Like I'd always want to take them on and kind of prove myself. I'm not going to let you bully the table. And it's usually a mistake. There's usually not that much incentive in it, even in a cash game. In a tournament, as you've just correctly pointed out, for these players who are covered by Garango, so there's no incentive, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think a lot of players, have that same issue that you have right there. I mean, I think a lot of players get into a spot where they feel like it's personal and
Yeah.
I need to do something.
Yeah, because there are a lot of competitive endeavors, obviously sport, but there are other things where it can be like personal and a rivalry and you're trying to beat the other person to win. But poker isn't like that because you don't have control over the cards and the stacks. So you can't then dictate your destiny in that way. You can't go, right, I'm going to outplay this guy like you're in rounders. I mean, you can, but you're much more likely to be making mistakes than not. Still 4 players left to be eliminated before we cash.
Yeah, I mean, I think good advice to most poker players is very simply leave your ego at the door.
Absolutely.
There's there are very few times that I've seen in my life, in my poker career, where somebody is using their ego and then that results in something good out of it. Like, yeah, I want to beat this guy just because I want to beat him. You just try to make good decisions after good decisions, and more often than not, that will actually help you out.
I watched the Bobby Fischer documentary again recently, Bobby Fischer, the chess player, and he was asked about psychology in the match he was about to play, and it's a famous quote, but he said, "I don't believe in psychology, I believe in good moves." And poker is very similar. The psychology in poker is all our internal battle. It's got nothing to do with, it's very like, except with the exception of a heads-up match, in which there probably is some psychological back and forth. In a full ring game, you just need to make good decisions. It doesn't matter how you feel about the other players. It's not that exciting, unfortunately, but it is the correct recipe.
Yeah, the somehow being able to keep your emotions out of the game, out of the decision making process. We've talked about that. I mean, I feel like we say that same thing each and every stream, but it's so important and really and quite difficult, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the challenge of especially tournament poker, where there are so many swings. You just don't have the same swings in a cash game that you have in a tournament game in terms of your emotions. And the other thing in tournaments is you start off, like, say in this tournament, you buy in for $100. Well, by the end of the night, you might be playing for tens of thousands of dollars.
That's a
Well,
good
that's
point.
a tough emotional challenge. When you play a cash game, you're defining the level of risk yourself, and it's never going to change unless you move up stakes. In a tournament, it changes throughout the night. The stakes get higher and higher and higher, so it's a difficult challenge emotionally, no question.
We've been having a lot of fun watching Garangosa's table, and obviously he has been putting on a show. Why don't we head over to table 109, which is Silvio Why Not's table, and currently in the big blind, Silvio with 2.1 million chips is the overall chip leader right now. But again, a very fluid situation. The top 5 chip leaders all just absolutely abusing the bubble, as you might expect.
Yeah, this is an incredibly long bubble for an online tournament.
Yeah, right?
It's been going on a while.
It's so rare in online poker.
We've got 50 players with 15 big blinds or less in this tournament. So,
and we are just
there are a
3
lot of
away
short
from the
stacks.
money, but I feel
3
like
away.
we were 5 away from the money 10 minutes ago, right?
I know. Yeah. I think that's true. Yeah.
Again, the bubble 2.5 times the buy-in, so not surprising that players are going to tighten up around that bubble. We now have 3 players that are all over 2 million. Why not? Who we're looking at right here, bottom left corner of our screen with 2.18. Garangonsa with 2.13. and then Fudomaki 123 with just over 2. KKK Kid has just under 2 million. So kind of a definitely a case of haves and have-nots. Now, all this talk about the bubble and ICM and all these different things, I will say that if you have, there are certain situations, I believe, where, yeah, you need to play tighter, but I do believe that there are opportunities for medium stacks to position themselves to make really deep runs if they're at the table and they're willing to take a little bit of a chance. Yeah, they might not cash quite as often because they'll probably bubble once in a while, but they put themselves in a really good spot where if they do double up and put themselves top 5, top 10 in chips, they can make a very deep run. Very difficult line to toe.
It's actually a very short stack table, just looking around the table.
Yeah.
You've got 4 players under 15 big lines.
Yeah, this
the
is
the action's not going to be fast because these players are going to stall a little bit, I'd have thought.
No, it's a good shout. The one thing that I thought was interesting about this particular table, which is why we checked it out, is, wow, I was really curious. So why not decided not to raise the small blind? Pulled Porker is an experienced poker player who had over $1 million a little while ago. And I was wondering what Pulled Pork would, how he's going to play this bubble. We might head back over to Garen Gonzo's table in a little while. Still 3 away from the money, though. And as Nick said, we've been here for a while.
Yeah, De Killid, Kopinex, and Usain Zeus all have 6 big blinds or less.
6.
Desperate for the bubble to burst.
Yeah. So what are our shortest stacks? What do they have?
There's somebody in the tournament with 953 chips right now. Which is amazing. It's like, what is 953 out of 25,000? It's 1/30th of a big blind.
Yeah. So, well, he just like quintupled up or more. He's up to 7,600 now. So he's now got a quarter of a blind.
Got to give him a shout out. It's Aragon 9 on the real short stack, the real man's short stack. Like when I short stack with 1/9 of a big blind.
I'm kind of rooting for him to make it now. Maybe we can check out that table. That's table 95. I would love to kind of watch him, see if he can make it.
He had a third of an ante, and he's now got 2 antes.
I'm rooting for him.
Absolutely. He's actually, I've just gone to his table. He's actually sitting out, so he may not be here. And he must have won, like he must have been all in and blind and won.
And then does he now think that he's got enough chips where he can just fold to the money? Because he doesn't.
I don't think he's here. Is my point. His avatar says sitting out. So.
Well, he's all in. I'm rooting for him anyway. He's all in for his last 1,300.
Desperate stuff, isn't it?
Let's go, Aragon 9. If there's a silver lining.
It'd be awesome if he lost a big flip or a big pot or something, got tilted, went to bed with like 2 big blinds, went, screw this. And then he like wakes up and he's like finished 8.
And he's still in, right? If there's a silver lining to be extremely short stacked, it's that you can really leverage your stack. I mean, look at this. He can actually turn his 1,300 chips into 29,000, which is fairly amazing because of the anti-structures. Shadow Moon bets 50,000. I9I makes the call. Now it goes check. Now I9I bets 88,000. Full to win, by the way, is the chip leader here. Ace Jack.
Oh, it's
Aragon's 8-4. It is over. The dream is over.
We had that dream for 6 minutes. So we've got 1 player left to lose. Players hand for hand. But we're about to burst the bubble, I think.
By the way, Garen Gonsa lost a monster pot. We obviously didn't get to handle that, but Garen Gonsa is now down to 1.38 million chips. So somewhere along the line, he lost 700,000 chips. Obviously, we didn't see that one, but let's head over to that table right now. That's table 96. By the way, shout out to our tech team, who is doing a masterful job as I act kind of like a puppeteer going from table to table. And the tournament is currently in hand for hand play. The next hand will be dealt when all current hands at other tables are done. You'll see Garen Gonsa's table back there. So he only has 1.3 million. Hey, our man, Hux Fluxen, obviously won the monster pot versus him.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, 1.48 million. Kind of what I was getting at. I mean, I feel like when the chip leader is playing 90% of their hands, obviously they're going to be in there with some trash. They're going to be exposing themselves a lot.
We're in the money, David Tuchman.
We're in
the money. Not
How
you,
much
the players, yeah.
Oh, I got excited for a second. I thought maybe I made money.
You didn't. $258 locked up for these players.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah. 144 of them battling out for $28,000 first prize.
That's gotta feel good. It's always nice when you cash, because once you cash, you're like, okay, sigh of relief. I've locked up some money.
Now, I think the eliminations may happen more quickly. It's just a feeling I have, gut feel.
Well, you're not the best analyst in the world.
Far from it. Probably not the best analyst on this stream. We've got 20. Yeah, we've got a lot of people under 10 big blinds. This is going to go fast.
Micah 1914 in the small blind, going to limp. RJ Strings 244. Both these players pretty short. RJ Strings says all of it. Micah 1914. You know, usually when somebody has a birthday, you assume they were born in that year. What do we think about Micah 1914, though?
I mean, it's some pretty tight play if you're up in the hundreds. Seems unlikely.
I'm an optimist. I'm going to go with Mike as 105 years old right now. We'll turn 106 later this month.
What age do you think you'll live to, David?
Say it again.
What age do you think you'll live till?
Me?
Yeah.
99.
You're just not quite going to make it.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
99.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not setting a goal for 100. I mean, I don't feel like it's like, oh, I got. If at 99, it's not like, oh, I want to hit 100. There's no. I think at 99. Now, I don't say this blindly. My grandparents, my dad's parents, died at 98 and 99.
Okay.
So we have a history of longevity on my father's side.
Okay. So that's good.
And obviously, as you can see, I take care of myself.
That's clear. Given.
All in here for Micah. 12 big blinds. Jovem Frank in the big blind, not going to play it. And we continue.
Yeah, we've lost 10 players since we popped the money bubble.
Time to get serious. I've taken the hat off.
Yeah, I feel that's better.
Once again, thanks for joining us here.
I can't take people seriously in baseball caps.
No. Especially me. Once again, thanks for joining us here. 888 Poker. It's the XL Inferno Series running from May 14th through the 24th. Our next stream will be on May 19th. That'll be the high roller event. And then, of course, on May 24th, the main event. It's a $500,000 guarantee, $250 to get in. Make sure you join us on that one. And if you live in an area where you can play, get in on the action, play satellites, do whatever you have to do. That's going to be a really great one. Joseph and Frank all in for just 5 big blinds. Hux Fluxen makes the call. Open punks in the big blind. Going to move all in over the top. Back over to Hux Fluxen. Wow. Makes the call as well. Ace, ace, ace 4, jack 10. That was a quick run out. And aces hold up.
Aces is a good hand, man.
Hux Fluxen called the original all in and then called the second all in from open punks with just ace 4, deciding he could not fold. Figured, hey, as long as my opponent doesn't have aces, I probably got about 30% equity. I'll go with it. Unfortunately for him, open punks did have aces.
Yeah, a little bit of a sketchy call, I think, but there we go. Looks worse because it's aces, but tilt 3-bet, question mark.
Yeah, that was about a 17 big blind shove. I think the problem was he had already committed 140,000. I mean, the way the hand probably should have played out with, in all fairness, should have been all in on the button for 5 big blinds. Hux Fluxen moves all in over the top with the ace 4 of hearts, and then just gets unlucky that he happened to walk into aces.
What are the chances this is a tilt 3-bet?
I'd say 29%.
Yeah, certainly non-zero. But he's going to win the pot.
He's going to bet 131,000 and does win the pot.
Absolutely dream flop for a 3-bet in position.
Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here. Thanks for joining us. Nick, what time is it for you right now?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Poker time, baby.
Is it 1:49 in the morning?
It is 1:49 in the morning.
You know, the great
I would just be sitting out watching online poker anyway. So it's nice.
I was going to say, the great thing about you is, just like a fine wine, you get better as we go longer into the night.
That's really not true.
No, probably not.
Just like a fine wine, I peak around dinner, and then it's like a slow crash. Is a more accurate depiction of the story.
Micah 1914. Gonna bet, gonna take it. And Mike has done a really good job here, essentially doubling up without seeing a flop.
Yeah, for sure.
Taking down pots risk-free. Certainly the name of the game. Players going on break again in 4 minutes. These breaks every hour. I like it.
And we've lost 30 players since the money bubble went there or thereabouts. Pretty fast. 700,000 is the average stack. So we're not that short stacked in the tournament overall. We just had a polarization because lots of people are hanging on. But like 28 big blind average stack, that's pretty solid.
And once by losing 30 people right after the money bubble, stacks kind of consolidated a little bit. Might head over to table 109 in a moment or two, where Silvio, why not, has over 2.1 million chips and is our overall chip leader.
Yeah, and has been solidly at the top of the standings. Like has been in the top 3 of the standings for like 2 hours now.
No luck for the 88 ambassadors today. Of course, in that first event we covered, the opener, event number 1, Sophia did cash, made a pretty deep run. Unfortunately for her, it was not to be. Today, not as lucky. Anna Marquez finished about 50 or 60 away from the money. And that was our deepest run from any of the 888 ambassadors. Head over to table 1. I believe 109. Yes, it is table 109, where you see pulled porker, the Canadian on the left side of your screen with over 1 million chips. Sylvia, why not? Our overall chip leader with 2 million. And then actually, there's a few short stacks, but I guess the short stacks all got eliminated. Remember, this is a table we were looking at right in the money bubble. All the short stacks must have been eliminated because we have X Live Pro X with 1.1 million, Bombas Maris with 1.16 million. 4 players with over 1 million chips here. Might get 1 or 2 more hands in before the break. Won't be a long break, so don't go anywhere. By the way, Jason Glatzer points out your intuition was correct. Aragon 9 has been sitting out for at least an hour. Amazingly, he almost cashed.
He almost cashed. Yeah. Yeah, good story.
It's like 2 away from the money. That's just, that's painful. Pappy Van Winkle in the house. What's up, my man, Pappy? Bombas is going to take that one down, and it looks like we're going to get at least 1 more hand in before the break. Blinds, as you can see now, 15,000, 30,000.
Yeah, and down to 111 players, so the predicted shedding of the short stacks after the money bubble. And so they've already jumped up a bit in money, actually. They're up to $306 locked up, so nearly 3 times the buy-in already for these players. And remember, many of them satellited, so even bigger. Is it possible to satellite for the other XL events, including the main event next Sunday, David?
Oh, yeah. There's satellites running around the clock.
Oh, cool.
I mean, unfortunately for me, I live in LA, but as I navigate through the site and just kind of look at it, all I see is satellite. I mean, there's tons of them. You can get into these events for just pennies.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's pretty crazy. 2 similar stacks here, both about 30, 35-ish big blinds.
Yeah, Bombas has been opening a lot of hands.
Yeah, really tough for X Live Pro X to continue on there. Bombas opening a lot of hands, but he opened that one in an early position. Ace high flop is certainly going to favor his range. Double barrel does get through, and he's now up to 1.4 million.
We're on break.
And, we are on break. The players are going on a very short break. 5 minutes. We'll be back with more action from the 888 XL Inferno Series. Thanks for joining us. Back in 5. And we are back. Thanks for joining us. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here for the XL Inferno event number 10, $150,000 guaranteed tournament. First place, $28,230. 4 players will earn themselves 5 figures, and the remaining 108 players have all locked up over 300 now. So we are in the money. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman calling the action. Thank you for joining us.
Yes,
As
thank
we
you.
continue. We're going to stay at this table here with Sylvie. Why not on just about 2 million. Pulled Pork are certainly a player to watch. The Canadian on over 1 million chips.
Just to give you some context, 750 is going to be your average stack. So ticks in queue in the big blind, sitting more or less on the average. To killed with 3 big blinds, a little bit underneath the average.
Remember earlier on, we watched Phuket 000, still in 38th in chips right now with about 900,000. Taking a look at the rest of the players still remaining, looking for any names that I might recognize. Got an all-in here. Spades are irrelevant except the fact that a fifth spade would have chopped it up. Pair of jacks going to win this one. And Twinkie Q at 90 down to 581,000. Dirk Killed up to 242,000. Blinds right now still 1530. I don't recognize any other names in the field. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, though, to be honest. Picours, by the way, is our new overall chip leader with 2.13 million.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about these series that 888 run is that it really could be you. Like, it's not like it could be you. Well, you'd have to move. You'd have to move.
Listen, I'm not above it.
If you can play on 888 and you're not living where poker is illegalized, it could be you.
Yeah, good point. Queen Jack versus 8s. We got an all in here. How about a Queen Jack 3 flop? And that's going to do it with the Queen on the turn. 575,000 chips. Headed over to Bombas, who's now on 1.7 million, and we get another elimination as we head to double-digit players remaining. By the way, I have considered, and I still consider this, my family situation makes it a little bit more difficult, but I have definitely considered like renting a house in Vancouver or something like that to play in one of these series.
Yeah.
Like I've considered, like, I'm like, hey, I could go up there, go for 10 days and just play 12 to 14 hours of online poker a day.
You'd enjoy that.
I think I would really look forward to it.
Online poker holiday.
Yeah.
Nice.
Just wake up, just eat and breathe poker for 10, 11 days straight.
Cool.
Joey Felon on Facebook says, no luck in the XL Inferno free roll, unfortunately, but currently in the money in another $100 free roll with 125 players left. Congratulations, Joey.
It's free money. I can't.
Sophie Trotter says she's on table 145 in the free roll. Good luck to you, Sophie.
Yeah, good luck. You're getting closer to that ticket. 2 main event tickets. The main event is a 500K guaranteed big tournament, and you could get into it for free if you were in our free roll. It's pretty cool.
So I mentioned the overall chip leader is, I think it's PLK Urs or Pool Cores. I don't know. We'll figure out a way to say it. But yeah, that's Pickors. Over at table 107. So we'll take a look at that table in a moment and get a glance at what they are doing. like I said, one of the bonuses of doing online poker is that we can go from table to table. To me, it's kind of a really exciting aspect. It kind of reminds me of old school when I used to cover the World Series for ESPN, where we would just go like, "Oh, let's check out the outer tables. What's happening over there?" So as I say it, let's do it. Table 107. Black Duck, Dex Danger. I like that. Dex Danger. Cool name. Jim G on 1.5 million.
Are you sure it's not Danger?
No, Danger.
Right.
Dex Danger.
Yeah.
Dex Danger would make no sense.
Pretty sure it's Danger.
You think so? I'll defer to you. You guys invented the language.
Thanks for noticing.
Picours is going to win another pot there, up to 2.2 million. So a lot of chips at this table, as you can see. Dex Danger on 500,000. Jim G on 1.5 million. Black Duck on 1.6 million. Munanger on 1.1 million. And of course, our overall chip leader, Picours, on 2.2.
Yeah, I could see some interesting action with a lot of stack depth for this stage of the tournament.
No doubt about that. Blinds 15,000, 30,000 for just another 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Then they'll pop up to 17.5, 35K. I want to thank you all for joining us here. We are on YouTube and, of course, over at Facebook. I know a lot of you out there do enjoy watching these after the fact. And if you're one of those people, maybe the time doesn't work for you. Obviously, if you live in Europe, I know it's very late and you watch this, tomorrow, 2 days later, whenever it might be, that is totally fine and certainly understandable. Unfortunately, our giveaways and the free roll, that all happens during the broadcast. So if you want to be part of that, or if you want Nick or myself to give you a shout out, obviously you have to join us during the show. Right, Bobo 13? Jim G is going to raise it up. Min raise. Dex Danger. All in for 439,000.
Danger is his middle name, David.
But what's his last name then? It's Dex Danger.
It's his second name, but you get the gist.
Right.
Has no fear because Danger comes with the territory. My avatar's a sunflower. Hashtag Danger.
I like the irony.
Yeah. Although interestingly, the sunflower is highly toxic to other plants and will often kill other plants in its immediate vicinity.
Really? I didn't know that.
It seems fair on the outside, but
is that true?
Yeah, that's true. Highly toxic plant.
I should let my wife know because we actually have sunflower seeds. We have some bird feeders.
Oh yeah, you got to be careful where you plant sunflower seeds.
Well, we don't plant them, but the birds eat them, and then they.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
No, but King 10 versus Ace Queen. Jack ball, diamond. Neither. And just like that, Dex Danger gone.
Good name.
No, he's not gone. Pardon me. I thought he was all in. He's not. He has 122,000 left.
Good ability to have chips left.
Yes.
Important.
I was premature in reading his eulogy. He is still here with 122,000 or just 4 big blinds. No, but so we feed the birds the sunflower seeds, but clearly they're not. They're a little bit messy, and sometimes the sunflower seeds will spill off into other plants. Obviously,
right.
So I should inform my wife of this. I did not know.
Yeah. I mean, it's when they're growing. You understand? It's not.
Oh, so the actual seed is not a problem.
I don't know about the seeds, but when sunflowers grow, they're not good for other plants.
Good to know.
Yeah.
All in here. Picours is in the tank.
Well, he defended from the big blind, and so he could just have like some random one pair thing, like a 6 or something.
Yeah, it's a wet board, and if you had kind of a pair of 8s there, you might feel inclined. Well, do I want to gamble against the flush draw or a straight draw or a combo draw? The problem is if that's the bottom of Albertino's range, if he's got those flush draws, straight draws, but he also has jacks sometimes too, or even an overpair, you could find yourself in a world of hurt against that range.
Oh wow! Oh no!
Oh no,
Still
indeed.
get out? No, can't get out.
No. Certainly a good hand to shove with, Jack 10 suited. Unfortunately, it is not to be, and Dex Danger is now no longer with us.
Jink in chat, he just says, "I am the danger" a lot.
Almost definitely.
You know where that's from?
No.
Oh,
What's it from? Is it from Last Dance? Is that Michael Jordan also?
probably, yeah.
I feel like I'm missing all of your references just because I haven't watched this documentary.
Basically, all of Last Dance is people not insulting Michael Jordan and him pretending they insulted him so that he could get really mad and beat them at basketball. Like that's like his entire career.
Like some guy just like he walks into the to Chicago Bulls Stadium, and he walks in, and basketball player on the other team just goes, "Hey Mike, how's it going?" Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, it's personal.
Yeah.
You made it personal. He
My
made
name's
one up.
Michael.
Like they lost this game, and he made up the fact that the guy said to him, "Good game, Mike." Like he made it up and told everyone that the guy said that to him, so that he could get motivated to beat him.
So
And years later, he admitted he made it up.
So basically, what we found out was Michael Jordan is not only the greatest basketball player to ever live, but probably a sociopath.
A little bit of a sociopath. Yeah, a little bit of a sociopath. It's really weird.
Albertino raising on the button.
And also, everybody goes, "Wow, what a competitor! He was the real competitor." He's a nutter.
Jams Montreal does not jam. I feel like if you don't jam occasionally, you can't have a name Jams.
Agree.
So apparently, we've got a new development. We have an overwhelming, crazy, mind-boggling chip leader. Everybody's been around 2 million. And in fact, if you look at the leaderboard, we've got one guy with 2.2 million, one guy with 2.1 million, one guy with 1.9 million. But then we have this guy, Sha'Carri.
Sha'Carri.
Yeah, Sha'Carri with 3.6 million chips. That's over at table 112. And I feel like if somebody has that many chips, we really should be checking out that table, right?
Yes, David. Did you want participation? Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, check out the big stack. Yeah.
I wanted excitement.
Let's do it.
By the way, we have other big stacks at this table as well. Note Kaka, remember from earlier on, has 1.8 million chips at this table. And Sha'Carri on the right side of your screen with 3.6 million. Oh my gosh. That is a lot of chips.
His chips don't lie.
I mean, to have 100, right?
Thing, yeah.
That's actually, well, you know what? I don't think I gave that enough credit. That's actually
I thought it was all right. I mean,
that's pretty clever. Well done, you.
Thanks.
By the way, Sha'Carri has 100 big blinds.
It's good.
By the way, if your name is Sha'Carri, I mean, you should probably have a picture of her, right?
Well, it's Shakira, so it's like different. It's just like
it is, right?
It's just me being childish.
Yeah, from Finland, by the way, Sha'Carri. Down to 86 players, by the way. Buy-in on this tournament was $109. We had 1,137 registered players. When it was all said and done, a prize pool of $161,000. First place, 28,230.
It's a big tournament, no question. And this is a tune-up, apparently.
Yeah, this is just a tune-up. What are you talking about? This is not big. It's just a tune-up.
I swear it's big. I'm sure it is.
ICM is all in
That's a
for
good number.
just about 5 big blinds, 5.5 big blinds. Very unlikely to get this through. We'll see how it plays out, though.
Good screen name. Kudos.
Well, folds around the Shikari, and he does. That is a huge win for ICM. Well, that is enormous when you think about it.
Thank you. I thought the screen cut off. No. Sorry.
Event number 10, the $150,000 guaranteed tune-up. We're back at it in 2 days. That's right. May 19th, we'll be here for the High Roller event. Make sure you join us for that one as well. Shout out to 888 Poker for streaming these live events. These online events live.
Do you remember live poker, David? Back in the day.
Yeah. It's coming back.
Way back when.
It will come back. Won't it?
I don't know.
No, it's going to come back, definitely. I'm very confident.
It's going to take a while, I think, sadly.
You know, obviously...
I'd love to be wrong. I'd love to be wrong.
Yeah, obviously 888 Live was scheduled to be in Bucharest earlier this year. That didn't happen. We're scheduled to be in Barcelona right now.
Look at my face.
Obviously not happening. There's Nick Wealthall's sad face. Very, very sad face. We still have Sochi on the schedule. And we still have, of course, London again later in the year. So hopefully at least one of those events goes off. We'll see how it plays out.
You can come around to my house for the London event and play 888 poker.
I could. And by the way, I can grab that plant.
Yeah. Well, the competition winner would have already stopped by to get it. But yeah, in theory.
Oh, good point. Nobody's going to call Shikari a shove there.
That was cool, though. 3.5 million shove.
Yeah.
Excellent.
For sure. Craig Bromwich says, any idea the longest game in time? I don't think I understand I don't understand the question, Craig. But maybe Nick's right. The game of life.
It's a one poker game. The longest game in time. What's the longest you've ever played for, David? In one sitting?
I'm not very impressive, to be honest. My longest sitting is probably like 19 hours. I mean, I know there are some people out there that have done like 2 and 3 day sessions. Honestly, I think my longest session ever was like 19 hours, but I would say more often than not, I play like 6 or 7 hours and I'm like, okay, I'm ready to go home. See a flop here between All Cash 90 and Eddie 1501. What's the longest session you played?
Yeah, about the same. I've never done like I've definitely never done over a day.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I mean, I remember there was a tournament that I played that started at noon that ended at like 8 in the morning the next day.
Look at this huge river shove.
That is enormous. Like 864,000 into 500.
Yeah.
Something you just didn't see 10 years ago for sure. And All Cash takes that one down up to 1.3 million now. Eddie down to 741. So yeah, that session there, that might have been like 19 and a half hours. I think that was probably the longest one. I remember, like I said, starting at noon and then ending right around like 7:30 in the morning.
Yeah, that's pretty long.
See, in the day, I used to have some longer sessions simply because before I had a family, really, I would I would go to the casino at say 8 or 9 at night. If the games were good, I would go till like 5 or 6 in the morning. But
Right.
if the game was really good, once you pass that like 6:15 in the morning threshold, then I had to stay there until like 9 because I didn't want to get stuck in rush hour traffic on the way home.
Oh, really?
So then it went from what would have been a 9-hour session to an imperatively, it had to be a 12-hour session then.
And what time do the daytime crew turn up?
Well,
Because
that's
in
usually, that was
Vegas,
my cue to leave, right?
yeah, exactly.
It would be like, this was like back in the day. Now I'm part of the daytime crew, but back in the day, like I would go to the casino at say 8:30 at night to miss rush hour traffic on the way in, play all night, play shorthanded. And then right around 9:30 or so in the morning, you see a couple of guys roll up with a bagel and a newspaper and a cup of coffee.
Exactly.
And that's your cue. Okay, I should be
And
leaving.
you're
now.
like, okay, yeah, okay. I don't want to play anyone coming in alert. That's ridiculous.
That used to be one of my biggest plays when I would go to Vegas for trips and I would play poker. One of my favorite things to do would actually be wake up early in the morning and play against the players who had played all night. Pair of eights, good here.
I never
for all
did it.
cash.
I've never been a morning person, especially not in Vegas times, but it's definitely profitable.
Yeah, I would.
So,
I would
massively
actually.
profitable.
Right, I would force
if
myself
you
to
could get
wake
there
up.
at yeah, if you could get there super early, definitely.
I would force myself to wake up at like 6, 7 in the morning, play with the players who had played all night. And then the great thing about it was, you play for a few hours, you stop, and then it's 90 to 9,500 degrees in Vegas. That was the perfect time to like go sit by the pool and take a nap for 2 hours.
Huh.
In
your bed of money
in my bed of
that
money,
you made
exactly.
from all of the.
Well, that was my go-to play in Vegas was wake up early in the morning, play poker for 3 or 4 hours against the players from the night before, then go to the pool, take a nap, right? Have a couple of drinks, then have a night with my girl, or if I was there with the guys, have a night out with the guys, have a good time. Not usually play poker at night, and then the next morning play again. Ace 9 versus kings here. Need an ace on the river. That is not an ace. Kings hold. Not a huge pot, but certainly significant for those two players with just 74 remaining in the field.
Yeah, ICM shoved under the gun for 9 or 10 big blinds about 6 minutes ago. Now has nearly 20. It's good.
99 Terrence is all in for about 21-ish big blinds, 22. It's a pretty big shove. Do this with
it's a
small
big
pairs.
shove, but yeah, well, it could be anything into any of his playable range because he's just shoving into 3 bigger stacks. He just doesn't want to in some really weird situations with 21 big blinds post flop.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
If he's got ace 9 offsuit, he's just going to shove there.
Nick Wealthall offering analysis as we approach the wee hours of the morning for him in the UK. It is 2:30 in the morning for him.
Yeah, and that's something that online poker presents this challenge all the time. If you're going to do well in one of these big tournaments, a lot of times you're going to be playing through the night, which I always think is a big advantage for professional players, or if you're in college, I guess. But if this is all you do, then it's a big advantage because it's very hard for somebody who has a regular job to be playing well at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. It's tough. Hard to focus.
The question I have is, do the tournaments have to? I mean, I guess it's just the way the schedule works and the way they get the most players to play. But on a Sunday afternoon, because this is obviously a Sunday tournament, can the tournament start earlier so they don't have to go to the wee hours of the morning?
Yeah, I mean, you would have thought maybe, but I don't know. I don't know if they've tested that. I don't know if they've tested having an earlier start time for the big events on Sunday. Sometimes in life, things just happen because they've always happened that way, right? I don't know.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All cash is going to raise here. It's a min raise into the chip leader's big blind, Shikari, with 3.6 million. Defends his big blind, or her big blind. Their big blind, I should say. Just easier. Pretty good flop for the pre-flop for the aggressor's range. Jack 4-3. Shikari makes the defends. And if you were going to double barrel, that's a pretty good double barrel card as well. This board certainly favors the pre-flop raiser's range. And a second bet for all cash gets through.
Perfect run out.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you're Shikari and you've got a hand like, let's say you defended the big blind with 4-5, you pick up a pair of fours, you're going to check call the flop, and then the king comes up. It's like, oh, okay, fine, I'm done. What am I going to do here? Edu Arahu, I don't know. Anyway, Ed is all in for 417,000. About 12 big blinds. I guess it makes a lot of sense if you can do it. You know, for a lot of people who work a normal schedule, they can't. But if you can do it, I guess it makes a lot of sense to kind of get on a schedule where, you know, you're up from noon till 6 a.m. type thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, especially if you're in Europe.
It's hard anyway with tournaments because you need to play your best at the end of the tournament because that's where all the money is. That's where the decisions are critical. But whatever the hours, you're going to be tighter, obviously, at the beginning than you were at the start. Like your brain power is going to be less. But if you then add in that it's like 6 a.m. and you have a normal person schedule, like your body clock is not used to that, it's really tough to think clearly and play well. There's no two ways about that.
I wonder, and I have no evidence to support this or deny it. I just have no idea. I wonder if Canadians, because it seems like it's a slightly better schedule for them, especially on a Sunday, I wonder if they have a disproportionate amount of success.
Maybe. We've got a third place on our leaderboard, Jams MTL, who we were watching earlier.
Yeah, Jams Montreal from Canada on 2.9 million.
Seventh. And one in seventh. So based on this scientific sample, yes, it definitely helps.
Yeah, blinds now 20,000, 40,000. Levels go up every 15 minutes as opposed to event number 1 where levels went up every 12 minutes. A little bit of a slower structure in this tournament. Same buy-in, but a lot more money up for grabs. First place, $28,000. Get a raise here from Eddie 1501. There's a call.
Stop and go.
And there it is. The old stop and go.
Yeah, I can smell a outdated play when I see one.
Yeah, it's a really
whoa! It worked.
It worked.
Wow.
It's especially weird to do a stop and go on an ace high flop because you figure if he had any big aces, wouldn't he just move all in pre?
With like a 7 big blind stack, and that was amazing. Like Eddie is supposed to call whatever his cards were. It doesn't matter what his cards are. He's supposed to call. I mean,
I guess you can fold like some sort of weird like 6-5 suited that has no backdoor or anything really.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, but you know
I'm certainly
what I mean.
not folding.
But he's supposed to call
king,
a lot.
Queen.
No, that's the nuts.
The nuts. Hey, your opponent's just never going to have an ace there. I mean, maybe they have a 10, but
right.
The stop and go.
Stop and go off literally an 8 big blind stack, and it works. That was excellent.
bringing it back. Hey, listen, this XL Inferno Series. If we can bring back the stop and go, I will feel like we have served the poker world. Just saying. 68 players remain.
Yeah, playing for a $28,000 first prize, and they've got $403 locked up. So if someone bought in, nearly 4x their buy-in. If they satellited in, it'd be like 400 times their buy-in.
Yeah, this is certainly some great opportunities for all of these players. You know, and that's the one thing that you really miss. I mean, I live in LA, so I get to play a lot of live poker. I obviously travel with 888 Live, and I play a lot of cash when I do travel with 888 Live. So I get to play a lot of poker. But the one thing that I don't get to take advantage of is situations like this where you can turn $100 into 28,000, or like you said, turning a $10 satellite win into thousands. It's just a great way to really spin up your and leverage your money.
Well, that's why tournaments took over poker, isn't it? Because if you're not a professional poker player, you want to pay some money to play poker, but with the chance of a big upside, like playing a cash game where you could, like, let's say a really good night is doubling your buy-in. Well, that's fine. But if you're only going to play poker once a week, it's not that exciting, really. So that one thing is why tournaments conquered poker.
Yeah. I mean, the chance that you might change your life in 72 hours, you know?
Totally.
I mean, I'm primarily a cash game player, and I think about the best 3-day stretch of my life, right? Or even the best like month of my life. Certainly not life-changing. Yeah, it was nice. It felt good, and then you think of just, one great tournament run.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Blind still 20,000, 40,000, all cash 90 on the button with 1.8 million. Just going to raise it up here.
No, Karkar could have squeezed there, because they're all deep enough. He's unlikely to get shoved on and whatever, but folded.
Check on the flop. Third heart comes out there. Exinus Regal 21, defending out of the small blind, but not 3-betting. What kind of hands is he doing that with, you think, on his stack depth?
Hard for me to say because I don't know anything about the player.
Right.
Like a really strong player would probably flat call in that spot really rarely. Like with very few hands, they're either 3-bet or folding in that spot. But I don't know.
On he had he started the hand with maybe 21 big blinds.
Yeah, but there are a lot of players in the world of poker. Certainly, in a big online tournament, there are a lot of players that just would much rather call than see a flop with 20 odd big blinds. The idea that you're just going to jeopardize that many chips without a strong hand is just not part of their game.
You are watching the XL Inferno Series going on from May 14th through the 24th, of course, culminating in the main event on May 24th. That's a $250 buy-in tournament. You can satellite in for much less. In fact, you can get in through our free rolls. Our free rolls are giving away 2 seats. And the next free roll for that will be on May 19th. So you can join us for the next stream, which is the high roller one. Of course, this event number 10, the main event, as I spoke of, $500K guaranteed for that one. Nick and I will be there to call the action. And if Nick knew how to play Ace King better, maybe he'd be playing in it.
Yeah, that's fair. I stupidly didn't know how to catch an ace or a king.
No.
Hmm.
I mean, it was easy enough, right?
It's bad poker. It's bad poker. I can't defend it. I'm not even going to try. The pressure got to me. The pressure got to me.
Is there a book out there where you can learn how to win flips? There should be.
Yeah. I was trying to think of a funny author for that book.
Jason Mercier. He hasn't lost a flip since like 2005.
Nice. That's a gift. So Terence likes a shove. This is like the third time he shoved about 20 big blinds in the time we've been watching this table.
Yeah, it's one thing to do it in late position. This is kind of mid position where he's doing it. Just 64 players remain. And nobody going to call. And he adds another 80,000 to his stack. Or 100,000, I should say. As there's 100,000 in the pot. That's the M, as we call it. 100,000 is what it costs to play each orbit.
So here's a question for you. Why did M never catch on? Because nobody ever says I had 10M. Like,
I don't know, because I feel like it's so much more relevant because it works in every game. Because whether I'm playing, a pot limit game that has no antes or a game with antes, it's...
Oh, this is a huge
wow.
hand.
Yeah, look at this. Ace, 8, king, queen, kings.
There's a spot for the kings. What a spot for the kings.
Yeah,
that's the stuff dreams are made of.
4 of hearts on the river and the kings. Scoopy doop. And with that,
killed the table. It was such a good spot.
They just destroyed it.
Just destroyed it.
Let's mosey on to a different table. Once I get word of where we are going to, I will let you guys know. Maybe we'll... Wow. By the way, you remember Silvio Why Not, who had like 2.5 million chips?
I do. Was at the top.
You know how many chips he has now?
Is he out?
240,000.
Oh, man. Tournament poker. She's a roller coaster.
Yeah. And by the way, possibly not a coincidence here, but the player on his left, Pulled Porker, has 1.9 million.
I believe we're going to table 107, David.
107. Let's do it.
We have some big chip stacks here. Jams MTL, who we were watching, had a very mediocre stack before, has 2.6, as you can see.
Can't we just call him Jams Montreal?
Yeah.
I mean, he's from Canada.
Yeah.
I don't see how he's not from Montreal or wants to be from Montreal, either way.
Yeah, could be.
Tri-Bluff. Tri-Bluff had chips early on, too. He's got 2 million now as well.
Our old friend Garen Gonza is in the big blind, who was the chip leader at one time.
Going back to what you said earlier about, these tournaments being marathons, how often do you see the chip leaders around the bubble or the chip leaders early on in the tournament? Yeah, they cash, but maybe they don't make a deep run. Obviously, chip accumulation is so important in these tournaments, but survival, picking your spots, equally as important, if not more so. Generally, you do not get an award. You don't win anything for being the chip leader halfway through a tournament. Feels good, though. Garen Gonza in the small blind with 21 big blinds. Just going to give it up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a decent chance that they could play the World Series for another 100 years and nobody will do what Jamie Gold did.
Yeah, that's extremely rare.
It's just like impossible.
One of my favorite things to do, and I do it every single year, and I've done it the last, 15 years or so, is take a look at the final table lists for the World Series of Poker main event. And what you can do is you can find out exactly how many chips they each had at the end of day 1, day 2, day 3.
Oh, okay.
And it really is amazing because you see these guys like Oh, this guy had below starting stack. This guy only added 10%. Well, wait a second. On day 3, this guy only had 30 big blinds. What? You know, it is pretty insane. And then you can also look at who the chip leaders were at the end of day 1 and day 2,
I
and
wonder if
notice
Garen
how poorly they
Gonza,
do.
I wonder if Garen Gonza is thinking about shoving here. Yeah, I just
Good
got it
call.
out in time. I just got it out in time.
Good shout. Look at that. Well, it's a juicy spot. I mean, Black Duck opens, ICM,
Yeah, now he's really
raised
excited. Now
calls.
he's really excited because the original eraser has folded, so he's almost certainly going to get this through. No,
Try
he
bluff called
doesn't.
though.
Oh,
Oh,
and he had king.
wow. And a set of 10s. Hope you can catch a king or a queen.
That's gross.
That is gross.
That's
By the
gross.
way, I think both players played it really well. I mean, Tribluff could have actually 3-bet himself, but I think once he decides to just flat, I think calling with 10s is pretty standard there. You know, he realizes his opponent is going to be squeezing light once in a while. 10 is just too good a hand to fold in that spot. Obviously, he got lucky. And in a spot where he could have been squeezing light, he ends up picking up kings. And unfortunately for him, gets extremely unlucky.
Yeah, that's a good summary.
Wow.
Garen Gonza was a big chip leader at one point. Has to be content with a cash, though. Cash is a cash. Money's money. Profit's profit. Don't knock it. 58 players left, so $436 if you get knocked out around about now.
Joey Phelan, by the way, came second in the $100 level 10 free roll for $4.60.
Nice. For free.
That's pretty impressive, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Like, super impressive.
Got to beat a lot of players to get to the significant cash.
No doubt, no doubt. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman. Of course, you can follow us on Twitter at Nick Wealthall. I'm at Tuch on Sports. If you have any questions for us, feel free to send us a tweet. If you've watched this, by the way, if you're watching this not live and you're watching this on May 18th or May 19th or whatever, you maybe even watching this a week later, and you want to say hi to us, you have a question for us, you can always tweet us after the fact. And we'll do our best to get back to you quickly. Get a raise here from Black Duck on the button. Tribluff, by the way, up over 3 million chips. It's second in chips overall. Picours makes the call out of the big blind. Flop is ace 5-3, 2 clubs. Pot is 283,000.
Still legal to see bet in poker. Can't emphasize that too strongly. It will still win you pots sometimes.
Bobo13 apparently said that he had played 56 hours straight.
56 hours? You're a crazy person.
That is a long time to play poker.
I would not be able to see the screen.
56 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot. Did you finish up? That's the question.
I don't know. Bobo13, did you win or not?
Yeah, did you win or lose? I have a memory of playing a pot limit Omaha session, and I don't know how long it was, but it was the morning of the next day, and I was in bed still playing. We've got an all in here.
Me too.
So I'll pause this thought. It's a 23 big blind shove. Blacked up with the decision. Going to get a fold the majority of the time here.
That's a big enough shove. Yeah, 23 big blinds. Black Duck can't call him light. It's about half his stack. He's in the tank, though. Pot is 1.4 million, and it's just over 1 million to call. So not getting a great price.
No, must have a hand with some decent strength to it to be thinking like this.
He does make the call, and it's sixes versus queens. He has a club. He can catch a club here. Oh.
Bad luck, hippo. Bad luck, mamanga.
Oh, Black Duck. I was actually going to ask you, what's the worst hand you call with there? I was going to think maybe eights. I think sixes, from a mathematical perspective, probably should go in the bin.
Just depends on
unless you know you're going to hit 4 clubs and bink it.
Depends on yeah. Depends on the guy's shoving range, doesn't it?
Yeah. Very dependent.
Tough those decisions.
Black Duck, by the way, now up to 3.5 million chips. Currently second. We have chip stacks number 2 and number 4 at our table right here.
So I'm in bed. I'm still playing this session. So the reason I'm in bed still playing this session is I'd gone down to one table because on this table of Portland Omaha Cash, this guy had like 8 or 9 buy-ins in his stack. And he was horrible, like really horrible. And he just kept hitting. So I was so tired. It was just like I felt like I had a moral obligation to keep playing until he like went bust, because he was definitely going to go bust or quit. So I couldn't leave. It's a 6 max table. So anyway, yeah, I distinctly remember sitting in bed like this on my laptop, trying to keep awake.
Have you fallen asleep? Have you fallen asleep playing?
Yeah. You?
I have, yes. When I lived in London and I was playing a lot more online poker, I have fallen asleep. I have fallen asleep playing tournaments, which is just the worst. You wake up, you fall asleep and you wake up and you're like, am I in? No, I'm gone. Okay. Did I cash? And then you check to see if you cashed. See if you can maybe, did I somehow fold my way into the money at least? No. No, it's terrible.
This is not responsible behavior, by the way.
No, not at all.
Play, refreshed, focused, think clearly.
Is that Celtic Fox, Celtic Football Club?
Celtic
Football Club.
Celtic FC, yeah. They're the biggest club in Scotland.
There's a bet and a call, all cash, making the call, all cash 90. Pot's 562,000. Just 54 players remaining. We have 6 tables of 9. Do the math. Go ahead. It checks out. I promise.
Yeah, this table is stacked. All the chips on this table.
If you joined us for event number 1 and you're wondering why this one is going a little bit slower, because last time at this point of the evening, we were already at the final table. And the big difference is the levels. We were playing 12-minute levels in the first tournament. This tournament's 15-minute levels. Doesn't sound like a lot, but fairly significant when you think about it from an online perspective. I would imagine if you're thinking about it from live, probably goes from 40-minute levels to hour, right? The equivalent. Yeah. Players started with the same amount of chips, though, 50,000.
Do we have rebuys on Thursday?
We did, yes.
Re-entry. Oh, we did, yeah.
Re-entries and rebuys, same thing, yeah.
So ICM shoves 26 big blinds over an opening raise from the under the gun Celtic FC.
Going to break in about 4 minutes. And that'll be our last break of the evening. We'll have one more level of play. My guess is we'll be right around the final table. Maybe 2 tables left by the time we call it a night. But of course, you at home, feel free to continue watching. You can add your own commentary. As we continue here, 52 players now remain. First place again, $28,230. I mean, that could, if you're talking about live poker, That could very easily be first place in a $1,000 tournament.
It's a big prize.
Yeah.
No doubt about that. All cash with the min raise under the gun.
Franguet, all in. Nobody going to look him up. Franguet up to 1.1 million chips.
Who's your money on, David? Who's going to win the whole tournament?
The whole tournament, that's it, huh?
Yeah.
Let me take a look here.
You got 50 to choose from.
I'm going to go with Phuket 000.
Phuket 000. Currently,
Yep, 26th in chips. 25th in chips, sorry.
Okay.
Not a ton of chips or anything like that, but I'm going to go back with that one. I'm going to, I could go, it's going to be Sha'Carri, okay? But no, I feel like, can I have two since I'm not taking anybody in the top 10?
Yes.
I'm going to go with Pulled Porker.
You like that?
And Pulled Porker and Phuket 000.
Very good.
Are you just going to go with the front runners?
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah, I just want to win. I'm going with Sha'Carri because, you know, Shakira. Obviously.
Chips don't
and
lie.
Then, because I'm going for the leader, I'll go for one, like, what blind level are we? 50,000. So I'll go for Dark Matter 29 from the UK. Well, from Great Britain. Yeah, strong.
That's a really strong. It's a strong guess.
He's currently in 27th. So
how about my two versus your two? Last longer. We'll do a last longer. You have a huge edge because you have the chip leader right now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Last longer, double or nothing on the 4 cents you owe me.
I mean, if you want to get crazy, it's late at night. I suppose I can accommodate you.
Okay.
I can do that.
Well, you'll either owe me 8 cents or 0. I like it.
Okay. It's exciting.
Come on. Phuket 000.
Who was your other one?
Pulled Porker.
Pulled Porker. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah, I have number 15 and 25 in the list. You have a 1 and 26 or whatever. 27.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, your horse Sha'Carri is now up to 5.2 million. Starting to run away with it. Yeah.
Great pick. Great pick.
You really went out there on that one.
Wow. Just want to win.
I get it. I get it.
Last time before break, I think.
Jason Glatcher says, I like David's side to this bet. That's it, Jason. I love it. Jason Glatcher, by the way, is on it. Now, he might just be giving us random names. I have no idea. I can't confirm or deny, but he says that Black Duck is Ramon Krupmans.
Black Duck, okay. From Brazil.
Yeah. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate the input, guys. Honestly, that's one of the reasons why I love doing these live streams. I love that people can kind of, add to the stream. Without you guys at home, we're not here. And like I said, I know a lot of you are watching this after the fact. That's totally fine. Also, I know that it's very late or very early in the morning. Time might not be convenient. What do you say?
Players are on break. The players
are on break.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to take our last break of the night. Okay, we are taking our last break. We'll be back for one more hour of awesome streaming here at 888 Poker. More XL Inferno action after this. And we are back. Welcome back to the XL Inferno event number 10, $150,000 tune-up. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman here to call the action. We have one more exciting hour left. We're down to 50 players.
Yeah, the business end of proceedings. As ever, it's a poker tournament, so these guys have to wade through like 1,000 players. But then the difference between finishing 50th and finishing first is just extreme.
Yeah, it's just insane. That dichotomy in poker tournaments always just amazes me when you look at it and go, obviously there's a ton of skill, and over the long run, obviously skill does weigh out, but it's like in a short term, it's like a couple of flips going your way as opposed to the other person's way is the difference between winning $600 and $16,000.
Yeah.
Which is just insane.
Yeah, it is incredible. But that's the way people want poker tournaments, right? Because anytime, like over the years, different casinos and online sites have tried to kind of flatten payout structures sometimes, and players just don't. Like, players enter based on how big your prizes up top are. That's certainly how it seems, right? Or you disagree?
No, I agree 100%. I mean, I think that's what people love. Going back to what you said earlier, I mean, that's the lure of poker tournaments, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the allure. I mean, the chance of, I mean, if we flattened it out so much where like 40% of people got paid and first place was like $800, who's getting excited about that?
I get quite excited about $800.
But you know what I mean? I mean, it's the chance to win it all. Try bluff opening to 125,000 blinds, by the way, 25,000, 50,000.
3-bet from your player, Pulled Porker.
Yeah, I like this guy.
Oh, he's in trouble. You're screwed. You are screwed, David Tuchman.
I don't know about this. I like my chances. I like my chances.
I don't like your chances of getting any more action here, I don't think.
Probably not. The fact that he has not snap called is a bad sign.
Well, Celtic FC shove is pretty strong, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's extremely strong. And whether he had it or not, a really strong play.
On we go, 25, 50,000 blinds. Average stack in the tournament right now is 1.6 million. So 32 bigs is the average. So there's some chips in play here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not a shove fest by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, certainly not a shove by here, but ICM betting 110,000. Folds around to the big blind. Another raise here from ICM to 132,000. Pulled Porker, my horse. Everybody likes pulled pork.
It's no friend to the waistline, David.
Yeah, some of us aren't quite as shallow as you, okay?
What do you mean? I'm not shallow. I appreciate things beyond the aesthetic. 3-bet from Celtic FC.
Yeah, who's been very aggressive as of late. We saw a 4-bet all in. Got him up to 2.3 million. Here's a 3-bet. Black Duck gets out of the way. Back over to ICM. .48 players remain, and Celtic FC, Celtic Football Club, showing us how it's done. He's at 2.5 million chips. ICM aggressive again, once again opening third hand in a row. Try bluff, this time calls.
The squeeze window is open, it says here.
Yeah, and you kind of wonder, does Tri-Bluff, is he aware of that? Is there any way that Tri-Bluff is trapping here with what could be a big hand?
It's possible.
Once again, you are watching the XL Inferno Series. This is event number 10. We are back at it on Tuesday, May 19th. That'll be the high roller event. So look for that pot just under 500,000 chips. All Cash takes it down. All Cash at 2.5 million. 6 tables, 47 players. Thought maybe we were going to get a table break there for a second, but nope. No luck. Blinds, by the way, 30,000, 60,000 now. Again, levels are 15 minutes long. Nick Wealthall, David Tuchman calling the action. The XL Inferno Series, the guarantee on this one was 150,000. Once again, surpassing that guarantee. Prize pool over 161.
It's just a tune-up, David.
I think it's just a tune-up for us as well, right?
It's just a tune-up. Well, if it is a tune-up, you know, obviously it's a pretty big tune-up. But this time next week, we're going to be commentating on a truly huge tournament. 500,000 guaranteed in the main event, right?
Yeah, that should be really excited. I mean, before we get to that, of course, the high roller on May 19th. But yeah, the main event, $250 buy-in. Satellites running around the clock for that one. 500K guarantee, as Nick just mentioned.
Yeah,
Pots 180,000 here, blind on blind.
Yeah, no action in this hand. Hard to see that river card doing very much. Well, there we go. Bluff from Pickles on the end and instantly picked off by ICM.
I mean, you play the showdown value of that queen perfectly from ICM, and ends up getting a little bit of value out of a hand where he was unlikely to get value at any point if he bet it. We're going to head over to see your horse. Table 45 has our chip leader throughout, Sha'Carri, with 5.1 million chips. Fresh off another win up to 5.4 million chips.
You could say that me picking the front runner was, you know, conservative, but actually we just discussed how rarely front runners win tournaments. So in actual fact, my pick was bold.
You went out on a limb, I think.
Yeah, I went out on a limb, exactly. Very little chance of Sha'Carri winning this.
So we are at the new table here. Table 45 with Sha'Carri. We have a lot of chips at this table, by the way. Denger at 3.4 million. All in here, 9-4 versus 8s. How did that happen?
One of them has very few chips.
Right. Apparently.
Yeah. And now no chips.
Sadly. Now no chips. So Grandma Kirkle. It's everybody's favorite Grandma with 3.8 million. Sha'Carri with 5.4 million. Denger on 3.4 million. So we've got a lot of chips at this table. Not a surprise at this point of the tournament. Down to 44. Once again, 144 players cashed in this event, but only one will take home the coveted championship title and, of course, $28,230.
Yeah, quite
Jason
a payday.
Glatzer, by the way, I feel like an idiot. I know him. He actually works for Poker News. He's covering this event, reporting it for Poker News. For any of you out there who want to follow it, you can follow it. Jason Glatzer's doing a great job. So he is a invaluable resource for us as he lets us know who these players are.
That's awesome that the actual Poker News reporter you just thought was a kind of really on it person in chat.
Hey man, it's 3 in the morning for you, okay?
Yeah.
I don't really have an excuse, but hey,
that's it.
Taking it here.
Come on, we need some action.
We need action.
Very quiet few minutes at the two tables we watched. Going to defend from De Killid, who was very short stacked at one point, still quite short stacked, but has battled away.
Graham Kirky checks it back. Feels like a showdown type hand.
So Gramnar's supposed to have like an ace or a pair, low pair or something.
Yeah, I mean, even like a 8-7 type hand. Checks it again.
Just an ace.
I mean, Dirk Killid just not taking the bait, not going to go for it at all. See if Gramna wants to go for a little value now, or does he, or does she? I'll just call it a she because it's Gramna. Now going for a little bit of value, 112,000. There's the call. There's ace 9. Okay, so showdown value with the ace high. Hidden 9. Knew it was good. Well played. I'm intrigued to know what Dirk Killid called with.
Oh, I can't see.
By the way, no complaining from you, okay? It might be 3:12. It might be 3:12 in the morning for you.
I haven't complained.
But
Did you
for
hear me
Jason,
complain?
you haven't complained, to your credit. But Jason Glatzer, it's 5:12 in the morning for him as he works for Poker News, watching this, reporting on it. Ace Jack versus Ace 8. There's the Jack. Didn't need it. And
short stack double up. More than double up.
There you go. Vitor Brazil. Take away from the chip leader. I love it. By the way, Celtic Football Club is Paul Fiebers. Greg Edwards is asking, is there a way to see the payouts? Very easily. Well, I can tell you what the payouts are, but if you don't want to wait for that, if you just go to the 888 client, if you click on this tournament, make sure you check on the running because that's the only way you'll find it because this one's obviously running. And you can just go to full prize structure. And I can bring it up right here and see exactly what is going on. But I can tell you that the remaining 43 players are all guaranteed $516. The remaining, when we get down to 15 players will take home at least 4 figures. First place, again, 28,000. Thanks for the comment, Greg.
Betting a call on this turn. De Killid has only a pot size bet left. So very little room for maneuver. Shaqiri bets half his stack, but he obviously can't fold on the river. So this is really a decision for all his stack.
Yeah, pot is 1.1 million. It's 400,000 to call. I mean, if you've got a king, you're just going with it. I don't think you can fold top pair here. And Dirkillid lets it go. Should carry it back over 5.1 million.
Yeah, maybe a nervous 10 or something. I don't know.
Take a look at the overall thing here. Shikari is our chip leader throughout with 5.1 million. We have number 2 in chips also at this table. That is Gramna. Bottom left corner of your screen. As for my horses, where are they? Uh-oh.
Keep scrolling down.
Yeah, Phuket 000 at 1 million. He's currently 31st in chips.
Here's your other one, Porker.
Yeah, is Porker still in? Uh-oh. I don't see Porker. I'm a little bit concerned.
Porker finished 44th.
No.
Yeah, the Porker's been pulled.
Oh, I should buy out for 2 cents, shouldn't I?
It's been pulled, barbecued, and I don't recall offering you that.
Good point.
Excuse me. Betting a call on the flop. Blind versus blind, this one.
Got about 37 minutes left in this, left until the next break. And it'll also be, that's how much time we have left in this stream. Obviously, the tournament will continue going on. And if you're invested, which I imagine you might be, you can continue watching this by just clicking, by heading over to the 888 Poker client, clicking on the table, the tournament, the table, and watching it. There is a view table part. 1.4 million in there. Shikari putting some pressure on Brazil, the entire country, that is.
I mean, this could definitely be nonsense, but it's a very hard call for Vitor to make if he has, I don't know, some one pair hand that isn't an ace.
Well, he's in the tank on this one. He does make the call. There's the ace.
Wow.
Good value bet there from Shikari. Up to 5.9 million.
Frustrating for Vitor because it could just as easily have been a bluff. Pretty scary run out, and Vitor didn't show any aggression early on in the hand. So,
and I think that's where a lot of amateurs and pros as well. I mean, I think that's where they struggle a lot. Where a situation like that, if we're results oriented and we look at that particular hand, it's like, bad call. Why did I make that call? That was stupid. But that actually could have been a great call, the way that hand played out. I mean, it could have been a situation where, no, you were getting 3-1, and your opponent was probably bluffing more like 40 or 50% of the time. So it was a profitable call. It just wasn't profitable at that exact moment. And I think that's difficult for people to wrap their head around.
It's very difficult because there's very few things that are analogous to that in day-to-day life and in our culture. So you think about how you program your brain to work from a very early age, you're programmed to look at your results and then relate them back to kind of how you performed, if you like. So you get graded as a kid, which is a hell of a concept. Let's segregate these kids. You get graded and that's your result and that's what you judge yourself on. And poker doesn't work like that. So you can like really make a huge mistake and still win a poker hand. And then you can do the right thing many times and lose a poker hand. There's no equivalent to that really in life. What is the equivalent to that? So you have to learn this entirely different way of thinking when you start to try and get good at poker.
I can give you an analogy, but before I get to the analogy, we got an all in here from Brazil, option on Dirkillid. But how proud I would be of my son if he went to school, did poorly on a test, but then went to the teacher and said, yeah, maybe these results weren't great, but my decision-making process was really fantastic. If I take this test 1,000 times, I'm more likely going to get an A most of the time. Today just didn't work out for me.
Be awesome.
I would really appreciate that. I will give you an analogy that hopefully humors you to some degree at 3:21 in the morning for you. The analogy I will give you is when you might be asking out a significant other that you are interested in. We have an all in a call here, though, before we get to my inane story. Jerkillid
Me.
all in for 689. Denger makes the call back over to Silvio. Why not? Who folds?
Good call with the aces, I think.
Yeah, that's a really good call with aces. Aces are going to hold here. You played that hand perfectly, by the way. And Denger up to 4.1 million.
Always a bad feeling when you shove and the guy to your left, there's already somebody in the hand, you shove and the guy to your left also quickly shoves.
Right, who had no chips in there at all.
Yeah.
Didn't need to be involved at all. Could have just folded.
Not a good sign. Not a good sign.
Anyway, so my point is, this is my analogy. So let's say you are attracted to somebody.
And that's happened. I've had that experience. Yeah.
There you go. And you go out on a limb and take the risk of asking them out. They may say yes. They may say no. They may laugh in your face. They may go, ew, you. They may just say, thanks so much. I'm flattered, but I have a boyfriend. I have a girlfriend, whatever it might be. Right. The fact of the matter is, I would suggest that more often than not, taking that risk and jumping off that cliff and asking out that person that you are attracted to and you want to go out with was probably the right decision. The fact that it did not work out in that particular moment, yeah, that sucks. That's too bad. But I think over the long run, if you continue asking out people that you are attracted to and that you want to spend more time with, that's probably a good thing.
Sure.
How's that for an analogy?
Yeah, I mean, you can take it too far, as Gus Hansen used to demonstrate. But
great example. That is a perfect example. Gus Hansen, by the way, hit on my girlfriend.
Hit on my wife.
Well, there you go. So you and I have that in common. Yeah, he hit on my girlfriend.
She was not my wife at the time. She was not my wife at the time. Yeah, and mine was like 12 years ago.
Okay. Well, he hit on my girlfriend when she was not my wife. This girl was never my wife, but she was my girlfriend at the time. And I want to say this was, 12 years ago, maybe.
Right.
At the World Series of Poker. Blatantly hit on my girl. So by the way, did your wife, was this a moment of your relationship where you guys separated? Did she leave you for a little while for Gus? Because Gus is very alluring.
He is. Sorry. It's a really funny idea. Sorry.
I mean, listen, I mean, if we're going to go off topic, some people have like, a 5, like a list of 5 people that you could theoretically cheat on your wife or husband with. Yeah. Maybe Gus was on your wife's 5.
Yeah. No.
Okay.
I mean, he's a trier. God bless him. Let's just leave it at that.
Right. There are some people out there that subscribe to we got a raise here on the turn from Graham Na. Cardinal.
This is like an incredibly dry board to be raising like this. Like, I don't know what hand it would be the best line with. Like, if he had a set, it's not the best line with a set, is it? Because, like, how can you get action from anything?
Well, it might be simply because you think, well, you wouldn't do this with a set. So you kind of level your opponent.
Levels.
And the fact of the matter is these two players are deep enough that I think you can expand the value raising range.
Okay.
As opposed to these guys were much shorter. I mean, these guys started this hand with more than 4 million chips effective.
I mean, dang, it does fold.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's a play you should be doing sometimes, but with bluffs.
I 100% believe that people don't check raise enough. It's such a strong play, and even in the modern game, rarely done as a bluff. Obviously sometimes, but rarely.
In that particular spot, they were so deep that I could see Graham not doing that with some bluffs, but I could also see him doing it with some huge hands, simply because of their stack depth and the fact that if he doesn't check raise the turn, how does he play the river? Does he check and then his opponent checks back? He's a check and check raise the river, hoping his opponent value bets. It can be tough to build that pot if you don't start bloating it on the turn. I find it hysterical, by the way, that you brought up Gus Hansen. It's just a perfect name.
He's just like the ultimate tryhard. Like
he is. He is that guy who goes, hey, listen, if I ask out 100, one's bound to say yes.
Look, I think it's awful. It's like what you said is absolutely right. The action is really spiced up the last few
Yeah, it
rounds.
has. It's fun. It's fun now.
So like in poker, so if you get bad results when you think you've done the right thing, you should not stop doing that thing. But there's a big difference between that and ramming your head against a brick wall over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yes.
And to the point where all of your dignity is gone and everybody is laughing at you because you keep doing it. That's a completely different phenomena.
The lesson here is not, okay, ask the same girl out 1,000 times when she keeps saying no. The lesson is more for like, if you are, you're scared to ask out the girl or guy you work with, or that you see at the bar, and you're a little bit scared to do it because you think they might reject you. Okay, maybe go for it, right? Make that decision. Go for it. Who cares?
Go for it.
Jason Glatzer, by the way, on the ball once again, giving us more information.
Yeah, it's good.
Vitor Brazil apparently is Vitor Peixoto Moreira. How do you know all this?
Well, he'll just be putting the screen names into like various websites that show players.
Right, but a lot of names are just anonymous, though. I mean,
I know. He'll just be finding some of them.
Jason Glatzer, do you know who Veni Vidi is?
What you were saying to get back on the point.
Yeah, sorry. This is just, hey, do you have it or not? Nope, dark matter. It's out of the way.
The reason poker is very difficult to get better at is that, like, say I'm trying to get better at something like golf or something like, I don't know, almost anything else actually. Like, I will know when I've messed up and when I haven't messed up. Like, that's going to be pretty clear in most activities. But in poker, it's not always clear. Like, you can make a call and they can turn over the nuts and you think, oh, that was a dumb call. And actually, it may have been completely correct and you should always make that call. That's very difficult when you're like improving, when you're like, trying to get good at poker. That's a very difficult thing to work with.
Right. I mean, you can come up with analogies throughout sports and probably in other aspects as well. I mean, I think in investing, if you were investing in the stock markets per se, that's probably there are probably some analogies there where you've got to make decisions and you're trying to make good decisions without worrying about the results as much. Obviously, very difficult, but we have lost the table, which is why you saw a big shuffle of players here.
Right, we're going to need to find that.
You're on it. Find that table for me.
That's an 888 asset if we've just thrown it out. 40 players left, that's why. Only 40 players left.
We have 5 tables of 8 now. The remaining 40 players, by the way, guaranteed $516. Got about 20 minutes left in tonight's broadcast. Jack 9, good. Zax Zadid takes that one down. Sha'Carri has held on to this chip lead for quite some time, which is not something you normally see in online poker tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, 1.6 million chips more than the second place player at the moment. It's a lot of chips.
What's up, Daniel Ferreira? Thank you for joining us here. $888 Poker has the XL Series throughout the year. A few fantastic tournaments. The XL Blizzard is something that I know people look forward to. And of course, here, the XL Inferno May 14th through the 24th. We covered event number 1. That has been archived here on Facebook and, of course, YouTube. You can watch that whenever you want. And then here we have event number 10, the 150K guarantee. On Tuesday, May 19th, we'll have the high roller event. And then on May 24th, it'll all come down to a 500K. That's right. You heard me correctly. $500,000 main event. $250 buy-in on that one. So make sure you join us on May 24th for the main event. 38 players remain here in event number 10. $3:30 in the morning for Nick. Only 7:30 p.m. for me. 2020. Technology is amazing. We can do this from 5,000 miles apart.
What are your evening plans, David?
Eat dinner.
Nice. I love dinner.
Eat dinner. Probably yell at my kids. No.
Perfect.
Eat dinner and probably have a beer and watch some TV. I know it's really exciting.
What time do your kids go to bed?
We in this very different time of that we live right now, without school or anything, our kids are on a very different world. They are probably going to bed about 9:30, 10 o'clock, maybe even later than that, maybe 11.
Oh my God, that's awful.
Yeah, no, it's horrendous. Now, the upside is this, though. The 6-year-old sleeps till 10 o'clock. He's basically a teenager now. We basically converted him into a teenager. So he sleeps till 10 in the morning.
That's crazy.
Yeah. The 2-year-old will go to bed late at night, but takes like 3 or 4 hour naps in the middle of the day. So it works out really well.
Right.
It's our own crazy reality.
Nice.
Yeah, trying to get our kids in bed by like 8:30, which is normal during school times, just not happening right now. So we stopped fighting.
It's my man, Dark Matter 29, who I don't know who you are, but you're my horse. Giddy up.
Doing well, Dark Matter. By the way, you still have 2 horses left. I have. Do I have any left? Please tell me I do.
Can't have
Come
bust
on.
both of them.
I still have one.
Okay, yeah, you do.
Phuket 000 is still in there. By the way, we have a question from Mr. Eve Fest. Says, is Doyle Brunson's Super System book still relevant, or should I look for a more recent published book? You want to take this one, or should I?
Well, the Hold'em section in Doyle Brunson's Super System, the rest of Super System is not relevant. The Hold'em section in Doyle Brunson's Super System is very good for teaching you the mentality of an aggressive Hold'em player. The actual plays that he talks about are not super relevant. So the short answer is probably no, but I still recommend it if you want to learn how to be a front foot Hold'em player, because Doyle is really interesting talking about that. And the introductory chapters talking about him in poker and how he developed his style and stuff is interesting too. So it's worth reading. But there are much better, newer books.
Yeah.
If you're looking to beat the games today, for sure.
Yeah, if you are, I will echo that sentiment as well, Mr. Eve Fest. I will say that if you're looking at books, and there are many ways to work on your game. In fact, Nick has a training site in his own right. There's many ways to work on your poker game, whether it's watching live streams, watching videos, listening to podcasts. But if the book route is a direction you're going, I think Super System's a great book, and I definitely think you'll learn something from it, just from a theory standpoint. But I do believe that much of what he has written, and keep in mind, the book is 40 years old now.
Mm.
The game has clearly evolved.
More, in fact, yeah.
But it just shows how far ahead he was.
Yeah, absolutely. He incredible. And a lot of the work he did on his own, there were no computers, him and a couple of his professional poker playing friends. But it is remarkable. The No Limit Hold'em chapter is remarkable, like just his insight into the dynamics of No Limit Hold'em, and you will learn from it, as David says. So it's worth a read. But there are lots of good books.
By the way, just to show, right in my library.
Oh, and
Table
Sorry,
change.
we just had a big bust out. Sylvia, why not? Who's been up in the standings? Did they stay in? They lost a big pot there.
Yeah, he did. He was down to 685,000 chips and looks like lost. Yep.
Okay.
Ace Queen versus the old Queen 10. And Sylvia, why not out? And we are down to what looks like 35 players. So we'll get a new table here. And once we get that new table up, we will.
Have you read any good new books that you want to recommend?
I'd have to think about it. I mean, I can. You know, let me put some thought into that, because there are a few books I try to read as much as I try to read as much as I possibly can out there.
Dara O'Kearney's book for satellites is really good.
Yeah, I have that actually. Dara gave it to me over the summer. I have an autographed copy from Dara, and that is a good book.
Jonathan Little's books are good.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. If you're looking just for a poker, like a fun poker book, I happen to think that Life's a Gamble from Mike Sexton is really a good book. I quite like it.
I haven't read it. Don't know.
You haven't read that one, huh?
No.
So we are at table 107, by the way, which is ICM, Tri-Bluff.
I think the best poker book of the last 20 years, from a strategy point of view, is Assassinato, Alex Fitzgerald's exploitative
You've talked about
play
that
in
book.
live
You
poker.
love that book.
Yeah, but it's for live poker, which we're not happening at the moment. But that's a great book.
By the way, you bought Nick, to his word. I don't know if you guys follow our live streams, and of course I hope you do. And if you don't, we will be back at it. All the 888 live events, Nick and I have been at pretty much most of them over the last couple of years. Nick mentioned that book at our last live stream in Madrid, and you bought me that book.
Thank you. That book. Did you read it?
Not yet. I have not read it.
Well, it's for live poker, so there's no rush.
There you go. But I got it and I appreciate it. And it's on my list of like things to read.
It's definitely a good book. My favorite poker book of all time is The Poker, the Banker, and the Suicide King, which is the story of Andy Beale taking on the high roller Las Vegas.
Great book.
I love that book.
That is a great book. I read Life's a Gamble, the Mike Sexton book. That was really entertaining. There's a bunch of books out there that are quite entertaining. There are a few out there that are good from a strategic point of view. I mean, listen, I still think Sklansky's, Theory of Poker can give you a nice kind of.
It's a very important book.
Yeah, it really is. I agree.
I think the slight problem is so many of his references are limit. So if you're going to play no limit, like, I'm trying to remember the books. I haven't read it for ages, but I suspect it might be difficult. But in terms of just how poker works and like the game theoretic principles of poker, it's a really good book.
Like, I read Jeff Huang's book on PLO, which I think is good, but at this point now, the game has kind of moved past that. And that's the danger with some books. I mean, the game evolves so quickly that if you read a book and you stick by it, there's a good chance that 2-3 years from now, that information will be dated and you'll be exploited. Ooh. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. What a flop here. Top set versus the flush draw. Now the straight draw. But a brick on the river, 9 of hearts, and the set of queens holds up. What a hand.
Yeah, interesting full bet shove from Puketu. Was that your one? Your player? Oh. Interesting full bet shove. It's like a semi bluff full bet shove.
Oh, absolutely.
With King Jack, so you've got like blockers, you've got good equity against most things. If you do get called, and you can get a better hand to fold, like you potentially get Ace Queen and stuff like that to fold.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a fine, aggressive play from Phuket. I think that obviously it looks really bad when you run into queens.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it depends. It's one of those plays where it depends how much 3-betting is. Most of the time, you need some kind of intelligence to make that, like some kind of knowledge that the guy is 3-betting wide enough.
Jacks versus sixes here. Jacks hold. And I think we finally lost ICM. It's been a good ride. Jams Montreal now up to 3.67 million, and we are now down to 34 players. blinds, 40,000, 80,000. But yeah, I remember, I'm not even going to tell, I mean, I want to say maybe it was 4 years ago, somewhere in that, maybe 5 years ago. I don't know exactly when. Somebody recommended Jeff Wang's PLO book for me because I wanted to work on my PLO game. I was like, okay, cool. And I have it behind me in my little poker library. But I was recently talking to a few players about PLO, and these were PLO experts, and they told me, yeah, the game listen, if you read that book, yeah, you can go play a 1-2 game or even probably maybe a 2-5 game. But if you're playing it at a higher level, you'll just get eaten alive if you use that book. And I said, okay, good to know. That's one of the things I've been working on during this quarantine period. I've gotten much handier. So I've been working on my handyman skills. I am learning how to play guitar. I am slightly handier than I was 2 months ago.
Okay.
I am working on my guitar. We got an all in here from Go In. Open a call. Ace 8 versus Queen 6. Nice call here. There's the ace. And ace is going to hold. And another elimination. Go In out. We're down to 32 players as we continue to whittle down this field. No, yes, Futomaki just seamlessly joined the table. So it looked like we didn't get an elimination, but we did. Futomaki was chip leader early on. So I'm trying to learn how to play guitar. And I am working on my PLO game, my Pot Limit Omaha game, which from a relative perspective is definitely my worst game.
Oh, really?
I'm working on that game.
Have you not played as much? Oh, you started out in stud, didn't you? So
yeah, no, but I played a lot of PLO. But I mean, when I say relative, I mean relative to the competition out there.
Right.
My PLO game might actually be better than my Raz game, but nobody knows how to play Raz. So compared to the competition, my Raz game is actually okay. But compared to the competition, my PLO game is pretty mediocre. So I'm working on my PLO game. And those are my 3 things. Reading is not one of the things I can do. I imagine many people without children can have a lot of time to read during this time. For me, reading is just never, especially with my kids going to bed at 11 p.m. at night. They're outlasting me most nights.
I mean, yeah. Reading is a very slow way to get information. That's the bottom line.
Although, but I'm looking forward to the Fitzgerald book that you sent me. I really want to. That's one of the books I'm really looking forward to reading. Yeah, it's on my list of books.
It's very accessible and enjoyable to read, even though it's a strategy book. It's good.
It's an exciting table. We've got 4 tables now, and I'm kind of perusing through all of these tables to see which one we want to stay at. I think we want to stay here, though. I think Futomaki, Jams Montreal, Tri Bluff, Muckfest, Picours, Black Duck. This is a fun one. Let's stay here. What do you think, Nick?
I'm chill.
You're chill. Cool. I like it. Nick at 3:44 in the morning. I like it.
Chill. Say anything to me, I'll barely be able to understand it, let alone come back.
Well, you won the last longer versus me, so the 4 cents you owed me, that debt has been vanished.
I'm out for under it, finally.
Yeah.
Finally. I'm solvent.
I only regret because I wanted to know the conversation that you were going to have with your wife, explaining to her that you owed me 4 cents.
It wasn't going to be easy. I appreciate the chance to, dig myself out of the hole.
Once again, a shout out to our tech team putting this all together. Again, 888 Poker, new to the online live streaming game. Obviously, we've been doing live poker streaming for quite some time, and 888 Poker has been crushing it in that realm for a while. But online, it's kind of a new territory for them. Ace, Queen, Ace, 10. There's a Queen and a 10. Is there another 10 in the deck? I'm sure there is, but not there this time.
Yeah, that's unlucky for
Black Duck?
Picors.
Picors.
Because the ace-10 shove with 20 big blinds there is so standard.
Absolutely.
Like, really unlucky to run into a better hand.
I believe Black Duck is our new chip leader, by the way.
Yeah, 7.2 monster stack.
Yeah, Sha'Carri now down to 6.8 million. Still obviously very healthy, but not in the chip lead anymore. Got about 8 minutes left before the break and before we call it a night. We're back at it on Tuesday. That'll be May 19th and the High Roller event. I'm really looking forward to that one. Give you credit, Nick. Your tree behind you, your little plant might be wilting, but you, my friend, are not wilting at all.
Oh.
It looks like you've been freshly watered.
Yeah. Thank you.
You could do this for another. I mean, you probably will. We'll probably finish this and you'll just commentate on another live stream after this for fun.
I'll talk more if anything.
Three-way action to the flop.
I have very good lighting and makeup and stuff. I'm actually, do you know what I mean?
You have a makeup team that comes in before these broadcasts.
Of course.
No.
Of course.
Social distancing being damned. Forget that. We've got to look good, right?
I just pay people danger money. Like,
is it Dex danger money?
Dex danger money, exactly that.
Black Duck takes another one down up to 7.5 million chips. The remaining 28 players, you've got a little bit of a pay jump in a second. The remaining 28 players all guaranteed $597. When we lose one more, though, it'll jump up to $678. The final 15 players will all earn 4 figures. The final 4 players will all earn 5 figures.
Nice.
Again, this buy-in was just $109.
Yeah, worth pointing out. And also, you know, I don't have an exact figure, but a decent percentage of the field was satellited in for even less than that.
Yeah.
So really is a great chance to make a big multiple. Black Duck seems like a very active player. That kind of 4-bet jam makes more sense in context. Wouldn't surprise me if they'd seen Black Duck 3-bet a couple of times, and you know.
Yeah, you have to imagine that if you're shoving King Jack there, 4-betting it, you've got some information about your opponent. And you know, you block kings, you block jacks, you block ace king a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good hand to do it with. Yeah.
Celtic, recognizing that Black Duck has been fairly active, is going to 3-bet. Now, this is pretty polarizing generally. When you 3-bet out of the big blind, especially against the under the gun opener, you're showing a lot of strength here because you could just call. You know, there's nobody else, especially when there's no dead money in the pot. If there's dead money in the pot, it'd be a little bit different. But Celtic could just call this. And I have found that when players do 3-bet out of the big blind when nobody else is called, it is more often than not a monster. Because it's just so easy to just click the call button, close the action, and see a flop. And get a pretty good price as well. I have made the mistake of playing against that 3-bet, assuming my opponent was just trying to make a move. And every time I feel like I do it when it's a player out of the big blind, they always seem to have it. So,
yeah, it's an interesting point. It's not a move that people like in the world of moves that people like to make. It's not really a move that people like to make, is it? Particularly if you're an early position raiser, people just like. You're absolutely right. They rarely 3-bet.
Well, it makes a lot more sense. I mean, if you're in the small blind, you see a lot of good players 3-betting out of the small blind pretty, not wide, but a lot wider, simply because they want to push out the big blind. They don't want that big blind coming along for the ride. But you're in the big blind, it's like you can just close the action and see 3. Just about 5 minutes left in tonight's broadcast. Thanks again for joining us. It's been a lot of fun. As always, Nick and I here for the ride. I want to thank all of you who have joined us in the chat.
Thanks to Vivi as well. Vivian Saliba was here earlier. Nice to see her.
No thanks to the 888 Poker Ambassadors, who once again did not make a deep run on this.
It's like they don't even care.
You know what? I think I'm going to say Chris Moorman wrote a book. I mean, maybe we should send them all a copy of Super System, have it read them. I don't know. I obviously say that in jest.
It's just on our streams that they're not making the effort for. I mean, these guys are doing absolutely fine for themselves at other times. So it feels even more personal. Do you know what I mean?
Right. I mean, every time I look up and I read a Poker News article, it's Ana Marquez wins a high roller in Spain. Dominic Nitsche wins this. Chris Moorman won a bracelet, won a circuit event.
Yeah. Do it where it really counts on our show. That's all we're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah. I understand.
All in a call. King 10 versus Ace 8. Ace 8 good right now and continues to be good. A full double up to 1.7 million. All cash. Small hit to his stack. I think fairly standard there. That was blind on blind. King 10, Ace 8. Kind of a no-brainer. Oh, check this out, by the way. Fudomaki. Got this from Henrik Alstrom. Thank you for the chat, buddy. Bobo13, good night to you as well, my friend. Henrik Alstrom says Fudomaki is second in chips in the XL late tune-up with just 3 players left.
Holy crap.
So Fudomaki with 3.5 million here, and then in second in chips with 3 players remaining in that one as well.
They'll have had worse nights.
Right.
It's pretty strong.
Fudomaki just killing it all across the board. Where is he from? Let's check it out. Do you know what that, where's he from?
Let me see the flag.
Nice shout, Henrik. I appreciate the tweet. Bobo, thank you for joining us.
Oh, it's just like a world flag. Is that a non-specific? That's not a nationality flag.
Yeah, that's right. I didn't know, and I thought maybe you knew. You're more worldly than me.
I don't think that's the flag of a country, but
just a couple of hands left in tonight's action.
big pot this one, and
yeah,
Jams
for sure.
will move in.
Oh, all in. Ace King.
Gets snapped. Well,
Ace Queen. Oh, what a cooler.
What a cooler.
What a cooler. Jams Montreal sent packing. Ace King versus Ace Queen on an Ace Queen board.
Pretty
nothing
gross.
You can do, right, Nick?
No, nothing you can do. Sometimes, in the words of Doug Polk, sometimes it's your time to die. That was
what, you know what? I don't think I've
one.
heard that, but it's well said. Just sometimes it's your time to die.
Okay, I'm taking it then. It's
Nick
mine.
Wealthall,
I
quote
said
unquote.
It. Sometimes it's your time to die. Right. Next stream, I'm going to say it about 6 times so that it's now mine.
I own it, man. I like it. I didn't know.
I think he said it in a video once, but somebody said it in a video once.
It feels like it was probably borrowed from further back even.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I don't think putting those words together is a copyrightable thing.
I kind of like it, though.
It's just true in life, isn't it?
Yeah.
But in tournaments, like, and that's just obviously, you swap the hands around, and the hand gets played the same, the other player goes out. There's a lot of skill in poker, but doesn't mean there's skill in every hand.
No, I've got very exciting news, though. This
You've got
is
a cat.
That's a cat. That's my my black cat Volcano, who's going to watch this last hand with us.
Don't kill it.
I would not kill this cat. I like this cat.
Yeah, but you force everyone in your household, even your cat, to watch you. Watch Daddy on the stream. Watch him.
Listen to me. Hey, this cat voluntarily came in here, all in here from 77, Kalabach 77, Tri-Bluff, calling off for his chips. He does. Jack 8. Trip jacks versus a straight.
Good. Yeah,
no good. By the way, he had the flush draw as well, and instead he hit the trips. And players are on break. And we're going to call it a night, Nick.
Lovely. Thank you, David. Thanks, everyone, for watching. It's been great fun.
Yeah, this has been great. Again, we came in today 500 people. Viv Saliba was in there. Anna Marquez was in there. Dominic Nitsche was in there. None of them were able to cash. 144 players did cash in this event, and we are down to just 24 players. Players are on a break. We are calling it a night. Volcano, myself, Nick Wealthall, all calling it a night. We are back at it. More 888 Poker XL Inferno action on Tuesday, May 19th. I believe we will have the same bat time, same bat channel. You can join us. I believe it's 6 p.m. Eastern time for more action. Nick, any closing words to Volcano and the rest of our viewers?
To Volcano and everyone, it's a cat. Thanks for watching. See you Tuesday. Run good.
For everybody here at 88 Poker, thanks for watching. For Nick Wealthall, I'm David Tuchman. Good night. Goodbye.